This week on NASCAR Hotpass, we're putting you in the heart of the action at Martinsville Speedway. It's the shortest track in the Nextel Cup, and tempers will be even shorter. There will be plenty of fender scrubbing going on. Plus, how will the Car of Tomorrow fare at the Paperclip? Ride along with Dale Jr., Matt Kenseth, Jeff Burton, Denny Hamlin, and Dave Blaney to see if they're up to the challenge. It's all next on NASCAR Hotpass.
More than 100 times, the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series has visited the famed Martinsville Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. And today they're back for the first of two races here in 2007. It's the Goody's Cool Orange 500. And today, you're watching NASCAR Hotpass exclusively on DirecTV. It's channel 799 with Dale Earnhardt Jr., and we are presented by Dodge. Good to have you with us, everyone, with Wendy Venturini. I'm Adam Alexander. There you see Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming across the stage earlier today, fired up and ready as he starts 8th in this afternoon's race. And he's got quite a career record here at Martinsville, a number of top 5s in his 14 starts. And one thing we've had our eye on here today at Martinsville has been the skies. Weather has been forecasted for the area, talking about rain, but fortunately to this point we've not seen any of the damp stuff. Hopefully it will stay away, and as we get set to go racing, scattered thunderstorms are in the area. Temperature at 66 degrees. Well, the crew has been working hard already this morning. That's because they found some issues with the Budweiser Chevrolet when they arrived in the garage area this morning. For more on that, let's check in downstairs with Wendy. Good morning, Wendy.
Good afternoon, Adam. There we are. We are on top of the pit box here in turns 1 and 2. We're going to talk to Tony Uri Jr., our RoboCam right here, if you could squeeze around it. What kind of changes did you make? I know there was some trouble with the brakes warping in practice.
Yeah, you typically get that here at Martinsville where your brakes are getting hot, and then your heat cycles is basically what causes it. But we got to looking at some other things, and these COTs, it looks like the brake temps are way, way up. So I actually had a wheel bearing failing at the same time, so it was good that we caught all that. And yeah, we kind of done some things this morning, changed some hoses, redirected some air so we could get some more air into it. But you know, I think everybody's in the same boat. The one car said they went after we talked to them, they come back and they kind of had the same issue going. So it's only real interesting to see how many people really have problems with it, because it's a totally new deal for everybody here.
All right, excellent news that Tony Uri caught those things before we got started. You hear the engines are fired. There's 65,000 fans that have filed in here in Martinsville. Adam, man, I see a sea of red. I'm in turns 1 and 2 right here in pit stall number 4. So Junior has this turn he'll make to go around in and out of pit road, but he's definitely going to be the one to watch. And as Jamie McMurray said yesterday, he said if Dale Jr. is as good as he was in happy hour, he'll be lapping the field in no time. Dale Jr. is the one to watch today, Adam.
Indeed the case. He was quickest in that final practice session here yesterday. The crew fired up and ready to go. There's Greg Burkhart smiling at the camera. He'll be the guy changing rear tires today. And there's Tony Uri Jr. and Dale Jr. together in the lineup earlier today as we were getting set to go racing here at Martinsville, Virginia. Well, Wendy talked about the pit stall, and one of the big benefits of qualifying good at a place like Martinsville is a good pit selection, because getting on and off the pit lane can be a challenge. Pit stall number 4 could provide driver number 8 the recipe he needs to go to victory lane here today. And we should point out track position being so important to these short tracks. In the more than 100 races that have been run over the years here at Martinsville Speedway, 78 times a driver has won starting 8th or better, and that bodes well certainly for our man Dale Earnhardt Jr., who rolls off 8th today. It's race number 6 of the Nextel Cup season, and Dale Jr. and the crew riding in a wave of momentum, fresh off that 7th place finish a week ago at Bristol, the first ever race in the COT car. And of course today, race number 2 for the COT. We'll talk more about that in a minute. But for now, let's see if we can hear for the driver of the Budweiser Chevrolet. He's in the car, and we're not sure if we can reach him, but we'll see if we can ring him up here. Dale, good afternoon. This is NASCAR Hotpass. You got a copy?
Yep.
How do you feel about it? What's your biggest concern at Martinsville today?
Brakes, brake heat, what that's going to do to my air pressure in my front tires. what it's going to do to basically anything under the hood, to be honest with you.
Starting 8th, what's the balance of patience and aggression on this short track?
Take it easy, and while you're taking it easy, hopefully you're leading. But if you're not leading, you just try to stay in the top 5 all day. I think you got to be in the top 5 to have a shot at the end.
Good luck, be safe. We'll talk to you later on.
Thank you.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. starting 8th here today, and we mentioned the fact, Wendy, that this is race number 2 for the car of tomorrow, and certainly if beginners, if the early stages of this race car mean anything, this team should be very confident here today. Started 31st last week at Bristol, were able to make it up to the 7th position, and there were a few issues that shook out this week for the car tomorrow, but I think this number 8 team feels very confident bringing it here to Martinsville today.
Oh, absolutely. And all of those issues were addressed on Friday by NASCAR. There's several things that will be changed. That with the minimum height requirements of the COT, that will be changed. That's because the 16 of Brett Biffle was too low last week. And also there is a concern with carbon monoxide last week with the exhaust system failures. They are using a thinner material on the exhaust and the COTs. Well, that, when they heat up, they're causing it to crack and fail, which cause carbon monoxide from the foam that sits in that barrier on the right-hand side of the car. So a lot of drivers had carbon monoxide fumes they were taking in. So NASCAR is addressing these things. They're learning what works, they're learning what doesn't, and it is an ever-changing process.
Well, and I think that's the thing that you need to be if you're a NASCAR team in this day and age. You got to be open-minded and realize nothing is going to work on the first try out. And in realizing that, this number 8 team has done a great deal of testing. And we talk about running the COT last week at Bristol. It is a half-mile racetrack, but it and here at Martinsville, 2 different animals. This is a much flatter racetrack. And for more on what these drivers will face today, let's join Hermie Sadler as he made some laps around the Martinsville Speedway in the COT Speed 1 car here yesterday afternoon.
Welcome, fans, as we take Speed 1 onto the historic half-mile Martinsville Speedway. Now, Martinsville is our second 1/2-mile racetrack in a row. We obviously were at Bristol last weekend, and although these 2 racetracks are both half miles, there are not any 2 different racetracks in America that are a half-mile in length. In Bristol, Tennessee last week, you had 36 degrees of banking in the corners, 16 degrees of banking on the straightaways. Here at Martinsville, the straightaways are absolutely flat, and the corners right here is only 12 degrees of banking, which from inside of this race car looks virtually flat. And what we want to try to demonstrate today in Speed 1 is braking. The guys who really know how to get around this racetrack understand that you have to get the car slowed down while it's still on the straightaway. Get it slowed down here and get off of the brakes before you get down into these tight corners here at this racetrack. If you got the steering wheel turned and got the brake pushed at the same time, the car will not turn. So we want to work on getting the car slowed down, get off the brakes, get the car turned, and pick the gas up for a good run off these corners. So what I want to do is I'm going to get Speed 1 up to speed, get off the radio. I'm going to let the engine and the car do the talking. So pay attention to when I let off the gas, how I get into the corner, and how I pick the gas up to run good laps at Martinsville. Y'all buckle up and hang on.
We know how important it is to get around this racetrack, as Hermie is showing us, but really, races are won and lost right here on pit road. We're in pit stall number 4 in turns 1 and 2. Let's meet the Budweiser crew. They are going to be the key to the race today.
Brian Chase, Jackman, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Greg Burkhart, rear tire changer, Archdale, North Carolina.
Aaron Quakeland, rear tire carrier, Plymouth, Indiana. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad, and the Frost Gang. Enjoy your Easter dinner.
Greg Lund, Edgerton, Wisconsin, Catch Can.
Jeff Clark, the gas man from Charlotte, North Carolina.
DJ Kopp, Ontario, New York, front tire change.
And there you have it, the 8 crew that is going to be hard at work today for our man, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
And you had Eric Waitland, who introduced himself there, the rear tire carrier. And he's from Plymouth, Indiana, as he pointed out. His team last weekend, his old high school team, won the state basketball championship. Very prestigious honor in Indiana. And there's a look at Walt Smith, the ringleader, Jade Gurst, the PR man. I'll tell you, Walt Smith, you see there in the black hat, we hope to talk to him today. He's a guy that really does a good job of keeping these guys in shape and making sure they're ready to go over the wall. Dale Earnhardt Jr. really has done a nice job. Go ahead, Wendy.
No, I was just going to talk about Walt Smith and how much things changed during pit stops with the COT. We talked about how the car is longer and wider for the crews to get around the front and the rear of car. They've redone their footwork. We've talked about this before, but that man you just saw, Walt Smith, is one of those key people here at DEI that is helping this team to get back on track with the COT and adapt to those changes during pit stops. And I do want to mention, I think it's pretty cool that guy mentioned his family's eating Easter dinner and watching NASCAR Hotpass. How cool is that, Adam?
Well, and today they're going to be watching NASCAR Hotpass and hopefully a victory. We're going green in Martinsville. So quiet on the radio in the early going here at Martinsville. You see Dale Earnhardt Jr. riding where he started, just behind Ken Schrader. And if you want to listen to...
got a car spun at the exit of turn 4.
And if you look top right of your screen, that's Casey Mears. Get there, June. Bringing out our first caution flag of the day. Heard the voice of Steve Meal. He'll be on the spotter stand directing Dale Earnhardt Jr. around this half-mile oval. And don't forget, you now have the option to listen to the driver audio without interruption. You may simply need to switch to the secondary audio option on your TV. If you have the white remote, just push the yellow button and you can toggle between our announcers, driver audio, and the Fox broadcast. We're going to break at Martinsville.
And more. Plus, hit the road with confidence thanks to our 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. It's the final days for 0% APR plus $1,000 bonus cash. It all ends Tuesday at the Chevy Spring Sales event. See your local Chevy dealer.
Vaughn into the windup in his first offering. Just a bit outside.
It was a perfect strike, and you know it. Of course, if this chump were watching in DirecTV HD, he'd have made the right call. It's broadcast in 1080i, which means it's cool. Now, let's see how this bruise looks in HD.
Vaughn into his motion and the pitch. Uh-oh.
For the most sports in HD, you gotta get DirecTV.
Hey, Jimmy, I was following you in practice, and it looks like you're kind of messing up turn 3. And if I was you, I would try to arc it out a little more.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna need it again. I'm so sorry, what were we saying?
Good talk, Jimmy.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the new Motorola Buzz. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Wow, I can't believe we're really gonna meet Casey King. It's gonna be so much fun. There he is. I wonder what he's like.
be a good time to have accident forgiveness. Part of Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance.
I'm super sorry about your car.
Are you in good hands?
NASCAR Hotpass back at the Martinsville Speedway in Southern Virginia. It's the Goody's Cool Orange 500 with Wendy Venturini. I'm Adam Alexander. Dale Earnhardt Jr. started 8th today, and that's where he currently rides. Pole sitter Denny Hamlin has led every lap so far, and we put 7 of 500 on the board. You're seeing Tony Eury Jr. Stressful morning in the garage for him as they made some changes, but so far so good in the race. Back to the green.
Green flag, green flag.
Riding on board, bottom of your screen with Dale Earnhardt Jr. You look out the windshield and see Ken Schrader in front of him. Schrader with a great qualifying run, started 4th here. Of course, Schrader and Dale Jr. in ownership together with racetrack properties. Buddies on and off the racetrack. And Dale now looking to the inside, Jr. looking to move to 7th, and he will do so.
Clear.
Here's Steve Meal a lot today on the radio. Not only is he the spotter for Dale Earnhardt Jr., also the director of technical operations and plays a vital role in this DEE race team. DEI race team, I should say.
Yeah. And you'll notice, Adam, that Steve Meal refers to Junior as June on the radio for anyone that's just joining Hotpass for the first time this season, which we sure hope you're not. But Steve Meal will often call Junior June. So Steve Meal making those calls, working Dale Jr. through traffic as he always does, but you'll often refer to him as June.
First time I listened to these guys on the radio, I thought maybe I had turned to the wrong channel, and then I figured out that Steve was in fact talking to Dale Earnhardt Jr. and known by most as Junior, and shortened, as Wendy pointed out, to just June on the radio. And there you see the spotters. Each of the 43 teams has a representative up there. And Steve Meal getting ready to get to work again and call on June in the car as Dale works the back bumper into the inside of J.J. Yaley as we complete 15 laps.
Clear.
Junior up to 6th spot now, running some 4.3 seconds behind leader Denny Hamlin.
And you know that sea of red I talked about in the out there in the stands, they all stood up and were pumping their fists when Junior made that move around Yaley. So they are watching their man in number 8, and he's working his way through traffic.
You know, if you rooted for a sports team that wore red, anytime you went to a Nextel Cup race, you would feel like you were at a home game of your favorite sports team, because everywhere you go, and Wendy's mentioned it a couple of times today, a Nextel Cup event always has a sea of red, and most of the people in red are rooting for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Top right of your screen, you're watching the Fox Network broadcast. Sterling Marlin, Bobby Labonte, and Regan Smith battling for position. Bottom of your screen, looking at the windshield of Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car. He rides in 6th. Next car he'll see on the racetrack for position is Tony Stewart. And top left, you're high above the Martinsville Speedway, watching Dale Earnhardt Jr., who's about a quarter of a straightaway behind Stewart for that 5th position. One of the advantages, and we talked about this during the race last week at Bristol, Wendy, one of the big advantages of starting up front at a short track is having the track position right off the bat and giving you some margin for error if the car isn't handling great, that you won't lose a lap, because it won't take very long, as good as these cars are up front, to start putting some very good race cars a lap down.
Right, and you wouldn't think qualifying would be so important at these short tracks, but it's more important than a speedway just for that reason, Adam, because you don't want to get stuck back in traffic and easily lapped in the field. And also another advantage of qualifying up front, as Dale Jr. did this weekend, is that you get a great pit selection. As I mentioned, he's in pit stall number 4, which is in the middle of turns 1 and 2. But here's the disadvantage, and this is something we have to watch for during pit stops. When Junior comes in, we have Jimmy Johnson pitted behind us. We have J.J. Yaley pitted in front of us, so it's going to be hard to maneuver in and out of pit road today.
Well, in talking to Tony Eury Jr. in the garage this morning, so what's your biggest concern about racing at Martinsville from a crew chief's perspective? And he said pit stops. And speaking of getting around this racetrack quickly, we're already seeing cars go a lap down. A.J. Allmendinger has dropped a lap in arrears. Denny Hamlin is around him. You see that top right of your screen. Next guy to go around the Allmendinger machine, Jamie McMurray. McMurray riding second and putting Allmendinger a lap down of the field. Top left, you saw Walt Smith watching on, and it would appear that our guy, Dale Earnhardt Jr., you see top left of your screen, gaining some ground on Stewart for 5th. And while Dale was not able to jump to the lead in the early going, I think a good start, keep the nose clean, and 25 laps in, he's picked up a couple of spots.
Water temperature. 185. Thank you.
And you always want to stay abreast of where things are at on the race car temperature-wise, and 185, no reason for concern. And perhaps one of the reasons they asked early is this team actually changed a radiator this morning. They found a dent in the radiator they were running in practice yesterday, and I asked Tony Jr. what caused that, and he said probably just a wrench or something fell and hit it. We don't know what it was, but he said in past experience he's had dent water heaters, well, not water heaters, but radiators that weren't changed, and sometimes it would cause them to leak, and so they wanted to make the change. The crew made the change, and everything appears to be good in the early going. We're going to step aside for a moment. Dale Earnhardt Jr. riding 6th. The next car he'll get around, Tony Stewart at Martinsville.
Doesn't mean I don't worry about my cholesterol.
Inventor of the Jarvik artificial heart, Dr. Robert Jarvik.
For many people like me, diet and exercise aren't enough. But adding Lipitor significantly lowers bad cholesterol, 39 to 60%. I take it because it does more than that. Unlike some cholesterol medicines, Lipitor is FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke if you have several common risk factors for heart disease. And Lipitor is one of the most researched medicines. You don't have to be a doctor to appreciate that. Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you're taking other medications or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect. Lipitor is one of many treatment options to consider with your doctor. Lowering cholesterol is important, but could you be doing more with Lipitor? Ask your doctor. Don't wait.
When you're about to do something this big, a little luck never hurts. Thanks for having us.
Well, the battery's good, so I figure it's the alternator. So I go down to AutoZone, and the guy says, well, let's test it first. Might not be a problem. Turns out it's just a bad cable. You know, with AutoZone, piece of cake.
Now get all your favorites in one box. Introducing the new Variety Big Box from KFC. Popcorn chicken, a crispy strip, a drumstick, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, a biscuit, and a large drink. Fill up on all your favorites at KFC.
It's human blood, the whole damn river.
Folks are worried that this is a plague.
We are witnessing biblical events.
Open the door, Catherine, and you'll believe it.
What are you doing?
Ending this.
The Reaping. Rated R. Starts April 5th.
Fox tomorrow on the Prison Break season finale. After a year on the run,
give me the money!
It all leads up to this.
I got what you wanted.
For someone, the road to freedom.
It's too bad only one of you survive.
Will come to a dead end.
Don't!
The Prison Break season finale. Viewer discretion advised. Tomorrow at 8 on Fox.
The NASCAR Nextel Cup Series racing at Martinsville, Virginia. Dale Earnhardt Jr. setting to work through some lap traffic. Started 8th up to 6th and going around the outside of Tony Stewart. That would be for the 5th position. 6 weeks in the Nextel Cup season, and tonight things get underway for Major League Baseball teams, and DirecTV has you covered all season long. Baseball fans, the Strike Zone channel will make its debut on DirecTV tomorrow. It's channel 733. 1 p.m. Eastern time is the start. Strike Zone will take you around the major leagues from game to game at the most critical game moments as they happen. The key pitches, the clutch hits, and the defensive gems, all on the Strike Zone channel, part of the new Major League Baseball Extra Innings package, and you can be a part of the free preview all week long. Major League Baseball Super Fan on channel 732 through 749.
Late. Good in the center. Maybe a little snug in the center, just a small adjustment for some forward bite, and I can deal with the loose end.
You heard Dale Earnhardt Jr. talking about the handling of the race car. Under caution for the second time today. Top right of your screen, you see Bobby Labonte in trouble.
Rotors look awesome. I think Richie went down there and talked to the one car. He's cooking his. But yours looked real good. We were really fast right there at the end of that run. Really, really good. So we'll pick you up. A little free all the way around. You can deal with the free end. Just a little forward bite up off. Yeah, just a little bit. It's pretty good on new tires, but as I get going, I can bust tracks pretty easier to back off.
Road is closed. Pit road is closed.
Well, one of the things that Dale said right off the top when we talked to him before the race, the big concern here, brakes, and it sounds like so far so good on that front.
That'd be pretty interesting to see that car, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be fun. I might go by there one day. Pit road is open. Pit road is open.
All right, guys, 4 tires.
And Dale Jr. will have a long track down pit road as he's all the way almost to turn 2 in pit stall number 4. This crew's going to go to work and give him a little bit of forward bite off to help Junior's loose condition.
4,300, 4,300. Dale Jr., I'm sure they're going to stop this short because this 18's going to come around us.
10-4. Stop it short. Stop on the sign.
Start finish line. Out of the way.
3 away. Come on right here. Come on, turn left. Right here. Come on in here. Right there. Go hard. 1 outside right there. Clear right there. Clear right there. Good job, boys. Way to start the day, y'all.
That was a great stop by the 8 team, and you could tell he had no problems getting in or leaving with J.J. Yaley. And Bobby Labonte, a hard hit. We'll be back right after this on NASCAR Hotpass.
Albany, New York writes, "Hey FedEx, I heard that when Danny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home." Well, Mitch.
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
Convenience and innovation are everywhere on the new F-Series Super Duty. In some places they're obvious, like the all-new redesigned interior. In other places, they're not so obvious, like this, tailgate step, only on the new Super Duty. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
You You are the man. You mastered Wendy's new 4-alarm spicy chicken on freshly baked artisan bread. You felt the sting of the spicy whole breast filet, and you didn't touch your drink. You made it through the natural pepper jack cheese and chipotle sauce, and you didn't touch your drink. And then you laughed in the face of the sliced jalapenos. Still, you are the man. You separated yourself from the boys. And then you grabbed your drink like you never saw a drink in your life. And that is doing what tastes right.
So I think the meeting went really well.
Great job, Abby. I wish some of our managers worked as hard as you do.
Oh, well, I guess you'll just have to promote me to manager then, huh? There's a new sheriff in town. I understand that I have to work my way up, though.
Singular is now the new AT&T. Your world delivered. Now get an ultra-thin Samsung phone for only $19.99.
The fastest drivers on Earth are in a race across America. If you've been drinking Coke, if you've been saving up points, then prepare to get their NASCAR gear. They've thanked their pit crews. They've thanked all of their sponsors. Now they're coming for you. Thanks for drinking. Get the racing gear you want. Go to mycokerewards.com.
Fox Tuesday on American Idol.
Now we have a competition.
9 finalists take on the biggest singing challenge yet. Who will take the next step towards stardom?
The pressure just keeps on growing.
And musical legend Tony Bennett will help them sing, swing, and do your thing. American Idol at 8/7 Central, Tuesday on Fox.
Working caution for the second time today. Martinsville, Virginia, the scene of the Martinsville Speedway. It's race 6 for the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series. 44 of 500 laps on the board today and a couple of spins already. And if you have any questions about what you've seen thus far or things we may see throughout the day with the 8 team or the race in general, email us. It's hotpass@directtv.com. We'll be glad to answer your questions right here on the air. Maybe you got a question about the guy you see bottom left of your screen, Tony Uri Jr., or one of the members of the crew that just went over the wall and helped get this Budweiser Chevrolet back out in 6th.
I did want to make a
coming on the bottom, Dale Jr.
A side note, I did see Bobby Labonte walk out in the infield care center, which is directly behind me here in turns 1 and 2. That was a hard hit on the driver's side door, so I do want to make a note that Bobby Labonte's walked out and he looks A-okay.
Good news for Bobby Labonte that he's okay. Bad news is he's out early at Martinsville. Lap down cars to the inside. We're going back to green at lap 46.
Green flag, green flag. Everybody's moving. Clear low if you need it for something.
Restarting 6th here, but it's more like 12th when you deal with the cars to the inside a lap down. See A.J. Allmendinger to the inside there. That not a battle for position, but on the bottom of your screen, if you look out the front windshield of Dale Earnhardt Jr., that's Jamie McMurray in front of him. That would be a battle for position.
Clear.
Analyzing the pit crew's work the first time today they came in. Great job. They actually picked up 1 spot when you factor in that Elliott Sadler, the leader, took only 2 tires on that first stop of the day. He came in 6th. Dale Jr. did win out 6th, but Elliott Sadler with only 2 tires. So really they were quicker than Tony Stewart of those cars that were running in the top 6 on our first cycle of pit stops of the day.
That's an interesting strategy as well, and maybe Elliott Sadler and that team is just trying to figure that out to see if it's going to work later in the race, but interesting strategy early on.
Tires been a lot last week at Bristol. A number of guys came in late in the race for service, giving up a little bit of track position. Top right of your screen, we're hearing from Bobby Labonte on the Fox broadcast if you want to flip over and hear about his incident. Jamie McMurray getting a piece of the wall right in front of Junior. We'll see if Dale can pounce here, going to the outside through turns 3 and 4. Actually, it was turns 1 and 2. He got the wall in the front straightaway. Top left, you see Walt Smith, Hootie, and DJ Kopp all talking about the pit stop they just made a few laps ago.
These guys are constantly working on making their stops better. Time after time, they watch it again and again until the next stop happens. When the next caution comes out, they're analyzing it all the time. When they're back at the shop during pit stop practice, but especially on race day here at the pit box, technology has gotten so extreme here on pit road. Every team has to have a camera, and not just one camera. They're looking at 4 different angles on that pit stop, and he's timing every tire changer and tire carrier to see who did what on that stop and how to improve on the next time in.
These guys left the Charlotte, North Carolina area. The over-the-wall crew did. Around 5 o'clock this morning to drive up here. They always travel on race day. Top right of your screen, change for the lead. Jeff Gordon goes around Denny Hamlin. He's out front for the first time today.
And that's one of the great things being at Martinsville, Adam, is that we are so close to home, being only 2 hours from the Charlotte area. A lot of these teams do commute. Some of them stay in Martinsville. And the guys that do stay in Martinsville are the road guys, and they sure had a good time last night. They competed in a bowling tournament that takes place every time we come to Martinsville Speedway. Now, it's just not any ordinary bowling tournament where you can just walk in. It's all the NASCAR teams. They all get involved. Well, the Bud 8 team finished in 3rd spot last night, so they were some pretty good bowlers. And from what I understand, they take it really seriously. They show up with their shoes, their uniforms, their bags at the bowling alley, and they are just as serious in their bowling tournament as they are here on race day.
So a solid podium finish for the boys in the bowling tournament. Talk about track position being important. You know, since the restart, Dale has passed a number of guys on the racetrack. Unfortunately, they're all drivers who are a lap or more down to the field, and he continues to ride patiently behind Jamie McMurray. You always want to be up front here because on restarts, so many guys a lap down, you have to pass a lot of guys and you're really not gaining anything on the leader. And top left of your screen, you saw there that Dale Jr. was 3.2 seconds behind leader Jeff Gordon.
And more than likely, you're going to have action happening behind you. The closer you are to the front, the less likely you are to get sheet metal banged up, and that thing that you have to watch for at these tight, short tracks like Martinsville. With this being a paper clip, it's very tight quarters. We're well aware of it. It's important to keep your fenders on, and that is key, and it looks like that Dale Jr. will be able to do that as long as he can stay up front. That's going to be key today, keeping those fenders on.
Challenging to pass here, and that's why patience is so important. And you know, Dale has learned that, and I think being good at this racetrack, a challenging thing.
Get back to the gas.
You heard the report there, Tight getting back to the gas after loose on the early run. But there was a period here from 2002 to 2004 where Dale had it figured out. He recorded 5 consecutive top 5 finishes. They were in the top 5 here a year ago, and in talking to Tony Jr. in the garage area this morning, he feels like they're getting back to that kind of rhythm. Dale Earnhardt Jr. riding 6. Jeff Gordon leads 63 laps in at Martinsville.
Okay, guys, I told you. Just because I got Bud on the car doesn't mean I got Bud in the car.
Oh, terribly
Sorry, boy. Sorry. See you later, crazy mutant desert guys.
Casey Kane. Where? Casey! Casey! There he is. There he is.
Even the best drivers could use accident forgiveness. Part of your choice auto insurance. Only from Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Hey, is there anything we could do to help? Anything.
Saturdays, anyone can rock it on a Saturday. Give me something to look forward to on a Wednesday between my boss and my commute. Give me surround sound in my cubicle. Give me grilled chicken that keeps things light with an Asian glaze that keeps things interesting. Give me a half rack of ribs and a full rack of napkins. Give me the top down and a wide open lane. Give me a cedar seared salmon that only tastes expensive. Give me a new way to eat out. Smaller portions and prices so I can rock it any day I want. Life is short. Give me more Fridays.
Well, the battery's good, so I figure it's the alternator. So I go down to AutoZone and the guy says, well, let's test it first. Might not be a problem. Turns out it's just a bad cable. You know, with AutoZone, piece of cake.
They pick up precious seconds, pick up laps, and pick up our hearts. Enterprise salutes NASCAR for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Every lap, every driver, all on your computer. Which driver will you follow? The all-new Track Pass Race View from NASCAR.com. Your driver, your view.
Hey, race fans. You grab the bud, I'll grab the trophy.
NASCAR Hot Pass back in Martinsville, Virginia, the Martinsville Speedway. 71 of 500 laps complete. Dale Earnhardt Jr. up to fourth. He's gotten around Elliott Sadler, who's sliding backwards after taking only 2 tires on the first pit stop of the afternoon. And while we were away, you saw him go around Jamie McMurray. Now, the reason we have commercials here on NASCAR Hot Pass is we have an agreement with Fox to share their pictures. We have to take the commercials. Top left of your screen, you're seeing the pass around McMurray. He had already gotten around Elliott Sadler. Dale Jr. had, and he now rides in the 4th position, highest in the running order that Dale has been all day long. Well, we've talked so much about the COT, the car of tomorrow that is now the car of today, going to be run at all the short tracks in 2007. And because of the newness of this technology, there's been a great deal of testing going on for these teams. And one of the places this 8 bunch has tested a great deal, Lakeland Speedway down in Lakeland, Florida. And we have our first email question of the day coming from Lakeland. Scott in Lakeland says, you mentioned earlier today that Dale Earnhardt Jr. has pit stall number 4. How do we determine what teams get what pit stall to start the race? And Wendy has the answer to that question.
That's a great question, and they determine it by your starting lineup. Now, of course, Denny Hamlin, who was on the pole, got to pick his first choice of pit stall number, so he chose pit stall number 1. Now, second to qualify for this weekend's race was Jamie McMurray. He picked pit stall number 11, and you think, well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it does. If you were to look at a map of pit road, there's pit ins and outs, there's openings up and down pit road. So the second place guy, Jamie McMurray, he chose a pit out, so he had an opening next to him. So our guy, Dale Jr., qualified 8th, and he chose pit stall number 4, which is located in between the 48 and the 18 of J.J. Yaley, who qualified 5th. So usually, the closer you are to the front of pit road, the better you qualified, and the better you qualified obviously means you get to pick the best of the pit road selection.
And you know, something we've heard a lot in a number of years, for a number of years, but really in the recent history of NASCAR, is that qualifying is important because you always want to start up front. And certainly if you're a car not guaranteed to make the field, then you know you have to qualify well. But one of the big reasons teams want to qualify well is to get that good pit position, because they know that can be huge. And one of the other questions that Scott had for us was the top left of our screen. How do we determine what camera goes there? We've got a number of camera selections. Here's a a camera that all day long, top left of your screen, is affixed on the pit box. You see Tony Uri Jr. there. We have a high camera that's continually following Dale Jr. around. That's the camera that was on Tony Jr. a minute ago in the pit box. And there's Tony Jr. there smiling. And our guy downstairs that's putting Wendy's pretty face on camera was shooting that a moment ago. So a number of cameras for our folks in the truck to choose from, and pretty soon they may go to the in-car camera when we're driving by Kevin Harvick. He's the next car in line for position. There's a little thumbs up from the crew downstairs. Tell you, it's been a good run in the early going for Dale Jr., and while he said he's a little bit tight, he's really done a nice job of being patient and gaining position since the restart. Wendy?
Absolutely, and Dale Jr., he has definitely changed as a driver in NASCAR. We've seen him mature over the years, and it is awesome to see him more or less grow up in this sport, much like a lot of us have. But Dale Jr. has definitely matured, and you can see it as he gains patience every year, and it definitely pays off at these short tracks like Martinsville.
You know, you talk about his growing up, and as these drivers mature on the racetrack, and you and I get to see it as you watch the progress, and the fans at home see the difference in these guys' attitudes and the maturity level in which they race with on a week-in, week-out basis. But so many of these guys are kids at heart, and Dale Jr. no different. He still likes to spend a lot of time in front of the television playing those video games when he's not out on the racetrack, Wendy.
Oh, it is a huge following that they have with that simulation racing. And I know Dale Jr. has his own league, the DPM. The DMP, which is the Dirty Mo Posse, they call it, little lingo for the inside group there, but it's based off of Mooresville, where Dale Jr. used to live, not anymore, but the Dirty Mooresville Posse, they have their simulated racing team. It is a serious business, and it is awesome. If you ever have the chance to go online and check out the site, they have all the paint schemes, and Dale Jr. himself races against a very elite group of guys, and you don't just walk onto this team, you more or less had to race your way on. Dale Jr., it's an invite only by Dale Jr. And I know there's caution on the track, but it's
everything's cool.
I know it's dmpracing.com, and I know we do have some trouble on the track, but I do want to talk about Dale Jr. definitely has learned a lot from that racing online, and it's definitely helped in his career. We even know Denny Hamlin attributed one of his wins at Pocono to online racing, as the 7 is in the wall. Robbie Gordon.
You mentioned the 7. Talked about the trouble on the racetrack. That was the 25 of Casey Mears, had a right front tire going down. Casey has since come to pit road, and you see Robbie Gordon slow out against the outside wall, top right of your screen. No caution, but Robbie going to try and get to pit road, and we'll see if he's successful in avoiding bringing out what would be our 3rd caution of the day. Talk about Dale Earnhardt Jr. using the sim racing to his advantage. He really attributes his Busch Series win back in 1999 at Watkins Glen to sim racing.
1 and 2 with a flat tire, June. You're clear.
Steve Meal doing a nice job of walking Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Caution is out. Caution is out.
Through the traffic, and now we have our 3rd caution flag of the day. So Dale Earnhardt Jr. able to work to 4th on that run, riding behind Kevin Harvick.
Don't loosen it up any. I liked it at the start. The longer I ran, the slicker the right rear got. All right. Or you may leave it right there, you may make another small adjustment to tighten it up, or you just want me to leave it alone. I ain't got a problem leaving it alone. Yeah, if you want to leave it alone, you can. If you want to try a different adjustment to get the right rear to, or the right side all together to have more grip on the long run. I just don't want to tighten it up the center anymore. All right.
Pit road is open, and I would anticipate Dale and a number of others will come to pit road here.
I was about to be junk, you know what I mean? I was just worried that I'm going to be real bad if we had the long run. Okay, 10-4.
Pit road is open. Pit road is open.
First pit stop of the day came at lap 40. These will come just over lap 90.
4 tires, guys.
4,300, 4,300, second gear. Same deal on the 18 car. Gonna stop you short, Jim.
Heard Tony Ure Jr. say 4 tires. Let's let the crew go to work.
Nine's peeling off here. Five away.
4, 3, 2, 1, right here. Come on. Right there. Good. Clear behind it. Right there. Clear to the wall. Clear to the wall.
Looks like no problems with
he's
the
outside
8.
the box there. He's pretty way out there, ain't he?
I was just going to comment on the 18.
He kind of stopped for way short. Yeah, but he's just got him in there a little bit. You don't have to worry about the guy in front of him. He's not going to be there. I don't know how much longer. That's all I'm saying.
And what you're
He can get
hearing,
his box better now because the 11 ain't going to be there when he leaves. He can point it in head first if he wants. Head forward. Screwing up my exit. We knock her right front fender off. I'm a little bit mad at you.
what you're hearing from Dale Jr. is the 18 of J.J. Yaley is pitted right in front of Dale Jr. Well, Dale short pitted in order to get out of this tight pit road. Well, J.J. Yaley came in front of him, and when he came in, he was outside the box, which is a penalty from NASCAR of the 18. So the 18 being outside the box caused trouble for the 8 of Dale Jr. trying to leave pit road with the 18 sticking out of his pit box, the 8 having a little bit of trouble to get around him, and that's what Dale Jr. was just complaining about, but NASCAR's taking care of it. That is a penalty on the 18 for being outside the box.
There you see Dale pulling out. He had to swing right and then slam it left to get around the right rear of J.J. Yaley. And the point that Wendy's making, you heard Dale talking about, is that Yaley, being where he is in the running order outside the top 10, doesn't need to come in like that, because Denny Hamlin running in front of him and pitted in front of him is never going to have an issue getting off of pit road. The 18 won't. And so Dale voicing his concern over the situation, and got to take care of those things now, Wendy, to set the tone for the rest of the afternoon.
Oh, absolutely, and drivers have to be made aware of it, and it's not anything J.J. Yaley purposely did wrong. He's obviously trying to get around Dale Jr., and I'm sure that was the issue because Dale pitted before him, so J.J.'s trying to keep it tight to give his guys enough room to make the pit stop, but at the same time, he had his right rear tire sticking out, which is a penalty, as we know, by NASCAR.
95 of 100 laps are complete. Top right of your screen, you see J.J. Yaley sitting still. He will go to the tail end of the longest line, being penalized by NASCAR. Jeff Gordon came in as the race leader. He exits the race leader. Denny Hamlin, pole sitter today, currently second. Kevin Harvick and Dale Earnhardt Jr. third and fourth. They did not exchange positions on the pit stops, and so the crew 2 for 2 today as far as getting Dale Jr. on and off the pit lane. Well, this is the third caution flag we've worked here today, and something we'll probably
lap cars coming on the bottom.
See a lot of this afternoon, typically do on short tracks, but a fairly short caution, and we're set to go back under the green as J.J. Yaley and the other lap cars work their way to the inside of Jeff Gordon, Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, and our man Dale Earnhardt Jr. getting set for the restart. The green flag will go back in the air at lap 97. Let's listen in to spotter Steve Meal.
Green flag, green flag.
Dale Jr. going to the outside of Casey Kane. He rides in the 32nd position. There's the aforementioned Yaley. He's currently 31st in the running order, 1 lap down. Next driver for position would be Kevin Harvick. And we have caution again, top right of your screen.
Coming back to the yellow, coming to the
David
yellow.
Strimmy.
Car spun off at 2. Racetrack will be clear when you get there.
Now they say cautions breed cautions, and I would say with this yellow flag coming out so tight with the one that we just saw and all the guys coming to pit road, track position will be important here as we see the replay top right of your screen. The David Strimmy car getting a little bit too low and spinning it around. Appeared to be pretty much on his own. But I would say we'll see him stay out here, Wendy, since they were just on pit road.
Yeah, I think, and the communication has been pretty quiet on the radio, so it sounds like he just hasn't gotten a feel for how the car's under green conditions. We'll be back here as we go back green soon on NASCAR.
Introducing the all-new Dodge Avenger. The all-new Dodge Avenger. It's a natural performer.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. wins at Richmond.
Yeah! Hey guys, y'all at NASCAR Hotpass only on DirecTV? Could've ridden shotgun with me the whole race. Monitored my car's telemetry. Even heard everything me and Tony Jr. said on the radio. Sorry about that little exchange on lap 31. We'll clean that up next time.
Ride shotgun with top NASCAR drivers. Only on DirecTV.
MLB Extra Innings from DirecTV. Over 1,600 games of Major League action. That's up to 60 games a week for a price you won't believe. We're talking every hit, every catch, every play. It's the most Major League Baseball you can get. Catch the MLB Extra Innings free preview from April 2nd through April 8th, starting on Channel 730.
The reviews are in. 4 stars. Fascinating and utterly informative. An absolute triumph. Insightful commentary from a cinematic master.
Hi.
Leonard Maltin and the Maltin Minute.
Great day for a parade, Richard.
This new Goody's Cool Orange is the biggest thing to hit the neighborhood.
Sure is. I told you orange is the new fast. It's got a new cool orange flavor that's easy to swallow. And it comes in these easy-to-carry packs. Here comes the parade now. I told you orange is the new fast.
You tell him, kid.
Introducing new Goody's Cool Orange. The speed of Goody's now with a cool orange taste.
Everything's faster in Goody's country.
I'm Dale Earnhardt Jr., and you're riding shotgun with me all race long, right here on NASCAR Hotpass.
Biggest move.
NASCAR Hotpass today bringing you live coverage of the Goody's Cool Orange 500 with Wendy Venturini. I'm Adam Alexander. Our boy Dale Earnhardt Jr. riding 4th after 104 laps complete. And we're getting set to go back under the green flag. It will wave at lap 105. Let's listen into spotter Steve Meal as he walks Dale Earnhardt Jr. through the restart.
Green flag, green flag.
See Kyle Petty to the inside of Dale Jr. Petty currently scored one lap down and 34th. Tony Eury Jr., top left of your screen, you saw momentarily looking over some notes, and bottom of your screen, you see Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking at his next victim. Not Casey Kane. Kane a lap down, riding back in 32nd. But it would be Kevin Harvick, who you see going into the corner now.
No talk talking to a lot of the drivers yesterday and today in the pre-race show that I did, a lot of them feel that Dale Jr. is the one to beat today. So it gave me a little bit of oomph and a little bit of vote of confidence for Dale Jr. I picked him today to win as well. So when the competition says that Dale Jr. is the one to beat, and when Jamie McMurray goes out on a limb and says Dale Jr. is going to be lapping the field, I hope it holds true.
Well, and if you want to get a good gauge on who's the guy to beat, just walk through the garage area, and typically week in and week out, there's a 2 or 3 car pack of people that everyone is talking about. And I think today, certainly Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s name was in that mix. And as you talked about, Wendy, there were a number of people in the garage area today that talked about Dale Jr. exclusively. Now you're seeing a spin top right of your screen. That's a replay on the Fox broadcast. That happened just moments ago. Sterling Marlin involved, but that did not bring out the caution. Dale Jr. doing a nice job working his way through the field. Started 8th today, currently up to the 4th position, riding behind 3rd place Kevin Harvick.
We want to welcome Channel 799, the Dale Earnhardt Jr. channel, Adam Alexander and Wendy Venturini. Adam, how's your race going? I see you guys are already up in the top 5 and 4th.
Yeah, you know, it's really been a solid day, Phil. He's complained very little on the radio as Dale Earnhardt Jr. started 8th, made up a couple of positions early, and has been able to stay really solidly in the top 5 since he got there early in the race. Very minor adjustments on that first stop of the day, not much at all on the second stop, and I think they feel really good about where they're at. We're the quickest car in practice here yesterday, so I think they feel very positive about what this day could bring for them.
We started back in 19th, Adam, and we've made our way up to 17th. Good pit work. Our car's been a little bit too tight, but Scott's been adjusting on it.
And Phil, with Dale Jr., Tony Eury Jr. kind of made the same adjustments. He was a little free and he needed a little forward bite off, so they made those adjustments, Phil, on the first stop. And actually on the second stop when we came back in, absolutely no adjustments on the 8 car. Dale Jr. said he was afraid to over-adjust it, and he knows with these long green flag runs that could possibly take place, he didn't want to risk it. So no adjustments on the 8 on our last stop.
Wendy, it looked like the tires that we pulled off our car, the 31, were in really good shape. In fact, I asked crew chief Scott Miller, and he gave me a big thumbs up, said he really liked the way the tire wear was. What did that set look like?
Well, I talked to our tire specialist, Ray Ocean, and the tires do look good on the 8 machine, no issues. I think their biggest concern today is going to be brakes.
Guys having a great run. Keep it going, and we'll check in with you later.
Thanks a lot, Phil. So Phil Parsons, Pat Patterson with the call today of the 31 car, Jeff Burton, and they're over on channel 795 if you want to take a peek at that Chevrolet. If not, stay with us. Dale Earnhardt Jr. on a ride to the front, and the next guy we'll try and track down is Jeff Burton's teammate, and that would be Kevin Harvick, who currently rides in the 3rd spot. And if you watch the top left of your screen, now you see the crew there, but a moment ago we were really getting a good look at how tight that race for 3rd is getting, and there you see Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming off of turn 2 and about a 3-car length disadvantage behind Kevin Harvick. And I tell you, it is so challenging early in a run to make much hay at a place like Martinsville because of the lap cars you have to deal with, and that's another great reason to gain track position at a place like this, Wendy.
Absolutely, and for race fans that have never been to Martinsville, let me explain. When they call it a paperclip, it truly is a paperclip. I know Matt Kenseth has also described it as racing around 2 parking lot lamps, light poles. So if you can imagine your parking lot just swinging around light poles in a parking lot, that's what the paperclip of Martinsville like. Very tight conditions, even on pit road, and you have to be very cautious on keeping your fenders on.
Top left of your screen, the crew hanging out. Just serviced the car back at lap 92, and Dale Jr.'s been quiet on the radio ever since. Bottom of your screen, you're looking out the back bumper of Jr.'s car. Jamie McMurray riding behind him. McMurray back in the 5th position. talked about the success that Dale Earnhardt Jr. has had at this track over the years, and not surprising to see him do well here because he's really become one of the tough guys in the sport. But in 14 starts here, 6 top 5s, 5 of those coming consecutively from April of 2002 to April of 2004. And I think the one interesting thing about those races is each one of those races he started in the top 10 where he started today. Another point of emphasis as far as winning here and running good here is starting good. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has done that each of his times here. And this car of tomorrow setup really a little bit of a throwback setup, if you will, Wendy.
Right, it was great for Tony Eury Jr. to get this car dialed in exactly how it was back in the old days. So Dale Jr.'s happy with the COT. We'll be back on Dale Jr.'s channel.
Being fastest from 0 to 60 is good. Truckers say fastest from 40 to 70, even better. Throw in 4 massive disc brakes, and you got yourself one happy ending. Available on the all-new full-size Tundra, the truck that's changing it all.
So if Napa also has parts that are really hard to find, how do they find them?
Well, it's pretty interesting. What they do is they take the old part and they show it to you.
Smell this, boys. It's a 1972 Toyota Land Cruiser fuel pump. Now go get me a new one. Give me a new one.
Am I supposed to believe that?
Good boy, Rufus. That's a good boy.
Hey, rookie, want to get out in the field? Get this to Alton and get your butt right back here.
Listen closely, Mr. Maxwell.
I think you got the wrong guy here.
You tried to double-cross the wrong people, and now...
Transmission interrupted.
Hello? Hello?
To see what happens next, go to cturookie.com. Powered by Degree Men. More power than you need. One day you'll need it.
Racing fans can't get enough of Denny Hamlin. Sophia Hernandez from Chicago, Illinois writes, Dear FedEx, does Denny get any interesting perks for driving the FedEx car? Well, Sophia, he does get a discount on shipping.
Yeah, I'd like to ship this back home to Virginia.
No problem, Denny. Denny, you have to let go.
Don't want to.
When dollar millionaires travel, it's intense. But while they do skip the hotel rooms, they don't go anywhere without the decadent dollar menu fare. Trendy.
Race 6 for the 2007 NASCAR Nextel Cup season takes us to Southern Virginia in the Martinsville Speedway. You're riding shotgun today with Dale Earnhardt Jr., the driver of the Bud Chevy. 131 of 500 laps complete, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. rides 4th, but really making up some ground on Kevin Harvick throughout this run. I want to remind everyone to take advantage of the Refer a Friend promotion going on now at DirecTV. Current customers can earn $50 off their bill for every friend they refer to DirecTV. And the cool thing is, your friend also gets $50. A win-win situation for current customers and their friends. Give your friend your DirecTV account number and have them call 1-866-443-8869. The number is on your screen. It's 1-866-443-8869, where a customer care representative will assist you or your friend with signing up for the best television experience. For more information on Refer a Friend, check us out at directtv.com/refer. We were talking going to break about the good old days at Martinsville and Dale Earnhardt Jr. and that stretch of top 5s he had here from 2002 to 2004.
Trouble a little snug in the center and forward bite hard. Nice, forward.
And you hear Dale Jr. talking about the handling of the race car on this run, but back in 2000 when Dale came here, made his first 2 appearances as a rookie, wasn't the same story, was it, Wendy?
Yeah, of course, it's a really funny story, and for those true and tried Dale Earnhardt Jr. fans, they'll remember his rookie season back in 2000. When he came to Martinsville, he was involved in 4 different incidents on the racetrack. That kind of reminds me of David Reagan last time he was here in the fall with his first Cup race. But Dale Jr. in the year 2000, when he was involved in that 4th incident, Dale Earnhardt Sr. came over and said, okay, if he wrecks one more time, we're going to park his car. Well, that final and 4th wreck put Dale Jr. out of the race, and when he hit so hard, his wheel got knocked in the air, and Dale Jr., with all his might, held onto the steering wheel that he actually has the steering wheel that's been moved 6 inches, and he keeps that steering wheel from the Martinsville race in 2000 as his trophy. He says it's one of his favorite trophies that sits on the mantle, a banged up steering wheel from Martinsville back in 2000 to remind him of those hard days here.
You know, in 14 starts here, and there are so many things that can happen at Martinsville that aren't of your own making, regardless of how good a car you have. But in 14 starts here, a guy that caught on very quickly is Dale Earnhardt Jr. 26th and 36th in 2 races here in 2000, but he was 11th in his first race in 01, started 2nd, but finished 27th in his 2nd race in 01, and then got on that run of 5 consecutive top 5 finishes. So it didn't take him long to figure out this place, and of course, at that time, they didn't run the Busch cars here, and they aren't again this year, and he didn't have the added benefit of coming here and running and learning about this place.
Right, and Dale Jr. puts a very good perspective on it. When he mentions the COT, he said it reminds him much of that rookie year in 2000 when he had to adapt and learn. And he said that the COT has the same handling characteristics as when he first started back in 2000 in his rookie year. So he's been able to adapt, I'd say, a little bit better than some of the other drivers that are maybe stuck in their old habits, where Dale Jr. is just referring back to when he first started in Nextel Cup back then, Winston Cup in 2000, and being able to adapt to the COT. So he's been probably more happy with the changes with the COT than other drivers will. And that's a true testament to the research and development that Tony Eury Jr. and this whole Bud team has done on the COT. This has been 7 years in the making for NASCAR, and we hear from some of these teams that they've been working on the COT for as long as 2 years. 2 years with the COT, we're finally just seeing it on the track. So these teams have been hard at work, and it's paying off for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Kevin Harvick riding right in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr. You see Jeff Gordon just in front of him. Gordon has dropped back to 2nd. Denny Hamlin has taken over the lead. Jr. now working around the lap car of Sterling Marlin, and if he can get around Harvick, he might be able to get Jeff Gordon too. To the inside of Johnny Sauter. This is a lap car, not for position. Sauter a lap down in 28th. Steve Meal going to earn his money today. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in a pack of lap traffic. You're riding on the bottom of your screen in the car with Dale Earnhardt Jr. as he goes to the inside, or tries to, of David Strimming. 146 laps on the board as we cross the start-finish line.
Clear.
Dale clears Johnny Sauter. It now goes to work on David Strimming. Not far behind the leader, Dale Earnhardt Jr. doing what he needs to do, riding fourth with 147 laps complete at Martinsville.
Everyone knows Subway restaurants for tasty low-fat subs, like this 6-inch Subway Club. Make it a foot long, and it's still less than half the fat of a McDonald's Big Mac.
But the big surprise, it has twice the meat. Fills me up without slowing me down.
Less fat.
More meat.
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 Less fat. Less fat.
Jared, you're never gonna go as fast as me. More meat.
The delicious foot-long Subway Club. Less than half the fat of a Big Mac.
But twice the meat. Fills me up without slowing me down. Subway. Race hard.
Eat fresh.
What did you see? You see things before they happen.
I have no idea how, but I can.
There is a nuclear bomb somewhere in the United States. Find it.
Do exactly what I say. I'll save your life.
I don't want you to die.
Next.
It's happening.
When?
Now.
Rated PG-13. In theaters April 27th.
Sure, babe. I'll stop and pick up some groceries. That cool with you, Tony Stewart? Oh, yeah. Woo! Did, somebody call number 20? Tony, the date on this one's fine, man. Hey, Tony, I think I'm running a little loose. Come on, man, we're losing time. He does this all the time.
Okay, maybe you can't take Tony Stewart to the grocery store, but you can take his fuel. Sunoco, the official fuel of NASCAR.
Vaughn into the windup in his first offering. Just a bit outside.
It was a perfect strike, and you know it. Of course, if this chump were watching in DirecTV HD, he'd have made the right call. It's broadcast in 1080i, which means it's cool. Now, let's see how this bruise looks in HD.
Vaughn into his motion and the pitch. Uh-oh.
For the most sports in HD, you gotta get DirecTV.
Hey, isn't that Sammy Hagar? Yeah, it is. He's singing about the number 55 Napa car. Yep, that's awesome. But isn't it a little loud? You know you're right. Hey, Sammy, could you turn the amp down a little lower?
Sure, you think you could drive a little faster?
He's like that on Mondays.
Under caution for the 5th time today, you see the Bud Chevy on pit road. Going to be a 4-tire stop. Let's listen in as the crew goes to work.
Pull off, June.
Come on, right here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Right here. Come on in. Right there. Go straight, straight, straight. Go hard, go hard. One outside right there. Good job.
Great job, guys.
And it looked to me like Dale Jr. beat out Jeff Gordon and Kevin Harvick. Great pick work there for the 8-team, Wendy.
Oh, they're definitely stoked here on pit road. Hand slaps, 13.6 on that pit stop. That's awesome. And I do want to point out something that's interesting. There's a guy, Danny Earnhardt Jr., that's on this team that does pit support. And what he does for this pit team, he doesn't go over the wall.
Good job.
He'll take a gun and he'll blow out the left side tires with any brake debris, with brakes being an issue here at Martinsville, to give those tire changers a little bit clearer view when they come around to the left-hand side to change those left-hand side tires. So maybe something you don't see on a pit stop, but something that definitely helps these guys here on pit road. 13.6 seconds, stellar stop.
Guys work out 2 days a week with Walt Smith, practice twice a week, and it pays off. And as Wendy talked about earlier, they never quit working. You saw in the background a moment ago of a shot, Walt Smith standing in the background. Tony Eury Jr. loves it when they make up spots on pit road, and for a driver, it couldn't be any better. Any time you're at a track like Martinsville, where passing is at such a premium, and you see Tony Jr. there talking to Ray Ocean, the tire specialist, about the tires. But anytime you're Tony Gibson standing there in the background, the car chief, anytime you're at a track like this where passing on the racetrack is so challenging, and when you can pick up spots on pit road, that is a huge advantage, Wendy.
These guys are definitely sticking out their chest a little bit more, so they're proud of their stop. These guys will go back and watch it, I'm sure, and see that there's nothing wrong. Let's see if we can get a word with Tony Jr. Great stop by your guys. I know you were just checking out the tires with Ray Ocean. Are the tires an issue, or everything look good?
Yeah, everything looks good on the tires, just making sure we ain't got no crowning issues with air pressure up too high. But once we got this 18 car out of our way so we get a clean shot, these guys are doing great, so we'll just keep it up all day.
Any problem with the brake rotors like your concern was at the top of the race?
So far, so good.
All right, we'll keep our fingers crossed here. Also rooting on Dale Jr. to make sure those brakes don't get warped like they did in practice earlier this weekend.
A confident bunch, and we hope it stays that way. 156 laps into the 500 that make up today's Goody's Cool Orange 500 here at Martinsville. 3 pit stops today, and while they didn't pick up a position, they did pick up a spot when you consider that Elliott Sadler took only 2 tires on that first pit stop. Status quo, came in 4th, went out 4th on the second stop of the day, and here on our third stop. Service at lap 153, came in fourth, went out second, and that's what it's all about. And you heard Dale Earnhardt Jr. thanking the crew as he left the pit lane. Denny Hamlin maintained the lead. And you see some of the folks from Hamlin's crew coming over and talking to Tony Eury Jr.
Here comes your lap down cars. Curtis Sparkle was telling me if you pit behind him.
We talked about the fact that Denny Hamlin's riding out front. I think we're going to have an opportunity to visit with the guys in the 11 camp as we get set to go green.
Xander, it's Rick Allen over on channel 798. We're riding along with Denny Hamlin. Hey, we want to convey a message to you. Our tachometer doesn't work anymore. We're not going to be able to tell how fast we're going on pit road, and we know that you're right behind us. We don't want you to come bumping into us on pit road.
I'll tell you, that's a tough break for you guys. And if the next pit stop goes like this most recent one did, you won't have to worry about us bumping into you because we'll get out in front of you. You guys can just follow us down the pit lane. How about that, Rick?
Well, Adam, we're out in front right now, and our problem is when we come onto pit road, the tachometer, the needle is falling off, and so he's not going to be able to know how fast he's going. Last time he thought Jeff Gordon might get a little bit nervous because Jeff was right on his back bumper, but he said, hey, tell everybody that my tach doesn't work. So I think they have conveyed that message to your team.
Well,
that explains why we saw Spider, the car chief for Denny Hamlin, come up and talk to Tony Eury Jr. I saw Spider come over here in the FedEx uniform, and I was wondering what was wrong with the 11. That explains it.
What kind of adjustments have they made on that Budweiser Chevrolet today, guys? I know we've had a couple of pit stops here. Have they been working on that thing?
You know, we started a little pre-in, Ray, and they made the adjustments on the first stop. The second time we came down pit road, we made absolutely no adjustments on Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s machine. And now on this last final stop, it was a little snug in the center, so Tony Eury Jr. made those adjustments to help that snug condition. What about you guys, Ray?
Well, we had a lot of adjustments on the first round of pit stops, but so far, as of right now, Denny real happy with his car. Just a tiny bit tight right in the middle, but I would say he's pretty happy with it. And whenever he gets back out front, he seems to be able to use the racetrack to get rid of that tightness.
Well, Rick, it would appear other than the tach issue, things are good for Denny Hamlin. You guys have spent a number of laps out front, and I'll tell you what, the difference for Dale Earnhardt Jr. today has been pit road, picking up 2 spots, going from 4th to 2nd on that stop at lap 153, and I think they feel very good about the race car at this stage of the game.
We're feeling the same way, Adam. It's amazing how Denny Hamlin was out in front of this field. Then Elliott Sadler got out because of not coming onto pit road. Jeff Gordon was able to get by us, but then Denny Hamlin was able to pass him back. And so the car has really come back to Denny Hamlin. It looks like Denny Hamlin, Dale Earnhardt Jr. have probably 2 of the strongest cars in the field. So we're very excited to be able to talk to you and be able to talk to another driver in the Hotpass today. We could be going 4 for 5 as far as the races that have been on Hotpass and victory lane for Hotpass drivers. Again, thanks, guys, on channel 799, and good luck to you today.
Thanks a lot, guys. So Rick Allen and Ray Dunlap covering the Denny Hamlin car today. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the guy that we've got our eyes on. He currently rides in 2nd. This is the highest in the running order Dale has been today. And, you know, this reminds me a little bit of Richmond. I think it was last spring, Wendy, when Dale Earnhardt Jr. was racing Denny Hamlin in his own track, in his home track, I should say, up at Richmond. Another track here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. A fun night there that saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. going to victory lane. 2 good friends away from the racetrack, and they really enjoy racing one another on the racetrack.
Oh, not only on the racetrack, but off the racetrack when we talked about that online race. And these guys go head-to-head away from the track as well as on. So it is neat. They have a good relationship. Everybody's aware of that. And I do want to talk a little bit about Chevrolet and that Impala that's being raced today at Martinsville. We just saw it on Denny Hamlin's nose, and you see it on Dale Jr.'s nose where it says Impala. Of course, they used to race the Monte Carlos until the COT was developed this year, and the Impala has been introduced back in the from the 60s. So it's interesting to see the Impala back on the track, and we will be back right here at NASCAR Hotpass. You're watching the Dale Earnhardt Jr. channel. He's running 2nd, a great run for Dale Jr. today.
Don't expire. Whose minutes are these?
Ma, it's March. Those minutes are from September.
We have singular. They still work.
Yeah, but they're from September.
They're rollover minutes. They're exactly the same. You know, there's some people who don't have any leftover minutes at all. You keep that in mind, mister.
Not all family plans are the same. Only Singular's Family Talk has rollover. It's the fairest deal in wireless. Get the broadband razor now at a very popular price. Singular is now the new AT&T. Your world delivered.
Anyone can rock it on a Saturday. Give me something to look forward to on a Wednesday. Give me a half rack of ribs and a full rack of napkins. Give me a cedar seared salmon that only tastes expensive. Give me smaller portions and prices so I can rock it any day I want. Give me more Fridays.
Well, the battery's good, so I figure it's the alternator. So I go down to AutoZone, and the guy says, well, let's test it first. Might not be a problem. Turns out it's just a bad cable. You know, with AutoZone, piece of cake.
Behold, the power of Phantom. Gillette Fusion Power Phantom. Fusion Power is so advanced you barely feel the blades. Shaving can create uncomfortable friction. Turn on Fusion Power. Soothing micropulses help you reduce friction and increase razor glide. You'll barely feel the blades. You'll really feel the difference. The comfort of 5 blades plus the precision of 1. Fusion Power Phantom. Gillette, the best a man can get.
To get more maximum payload for the new Ford Super Duty, we gave it a rigid frame and 8-inch longer leaf springs, which pushed the payload up to more than 3 tons. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
I'm so proud you're part of the new team.
Hey, I'm glad to be here.
We've been working really hard to make sure we get the right guy for each position.
Oh, yeah, great. Yeah, like today, we're looking at tire carriers.
Next!
Sorry about that. Oh, that's okay. Wait till you see his sister.
NASCAR Hotpass exclusively on DirecTV back in Martinsville, Virginia. Here are the Hotpass Hot Shots running good today. Denny Hamlin leads. Our guy Dale Jr. riding second. Jeff Burton is advanced to 14th. Matt Kenseth, another one of the guys in the championship hunt, riding 23rd. And it's been a tough afternoon for Dave Blaney, who currently rides 41st. No problems for our guy Dale Jr. Started 8th. Worked his way to 6th on the first run of the day, worked his way to 4th on the second run of the day, and following his 3rd pit stop, he gets out in the number 2 position and is currently 1.3 seconds behind leader Denny Hamlin. Well, you looked at the NASCAR Hot Pass Hot Shots, and that brought up a question, email question from Barry, who emails in today and says, you got 5 teams every week. How do you determine who's on NASCAR Hot Pass? Well, certainly driver popularity a part of it, but there are some other storylines. Perfect example here today, Denny Hamlin, who leads the race, not only good at Martinsville, but he's a Virginia native. It would make sense to have him in the race. Kevin Harvick won at Daytona. Kevin, a driver who typically is good at restrictor plate tracks, and so typically you talk about guys that are good at certain tracks, and one of those guys today is Dale Earnhardt Jr., and we are glad to have you riding along with him. And if you'd like to vote for a driver, every 5th race, we allow the fans to have a say-so in who is going to be a part of our event. Well, you'll have a chance to do it again coming up soon. Why? Because at Richmond, we're going to allow you to vote again. We did this at Bristol. We had more than 300,000 fans log on to DirecTV and vote. You can do it coming up at Richmond, and we'll talk about those details in the weeks to come. Well, I tell you what, Dale Jr.'s been quiet on the radio today, and that's a good sign.
Real nice through the middle, though.
But when he has talked, Wendy, he's talked about getting off the corner most of the time today.
Yeah, we heard him mention right there. He is real tight through the middle.
I hear you, June. I hear you.
In typical Junior fashion, he's wanting to make sure that Tony Eury Jr. understands and is hearing him of his complaint.
right, I got you.
Tony Uri Jr. is hard at work.
Yeah, I took a break. You said you couldn't hear me, so I was checking my radio, making sure it was all good. I can't understand you. Too loud down there. You said something about the top. I've been wondering what it was, so I ain't run real good since.
A lot of conversation going on there between Junior and Tony, and don't forget, you now have the option to listen.
All right, what'd you say? That the top was a little better than the bottom. That's all I said there. God damn, man. All right.
You always have the option to listen to the driver audio without interruption. You simply need to switch the secondary audio option on your TV, and if you have the white remote, just push the yellow button, and you can toggle between our announcers, Wendy and myself, driver audio, and the Fox telecast audio. There will be a graphic on the screen to let you know what you are listening to. So
Clear.
you want to go to the other interactive options that we offer here on NASCAR Hotpass, just hit the red button on your remote. Not just giving you 5 channels, many other options as well, Wendy.
Of course, we always try to do our best to lay out when Dale Jr. wants to make a comment to Tony Jr., but of course we can't read his mind. But it's funny to hear the banter back and forth, and it's a good thing they're family, they're cousins, and you know why they do this, but that's also why they work so well together, because they are family. And you know, Dale Jr. sitting there for so long in this race, he wants to make sure somebody's listening to him and understanding the changes he wants to be made. 500 laps is a long time at Martinsville.
Well, it is a long time, and I've always thought this was one of the more, you know, when you look at mental and physical, this is probably one of the toughest tracks we go to, because short tracks are so hard on the driver physically, and mentally with the lap traffic, this place can be very challenging as well.
I was talking to Jade Gerst, the PR guy for Dale Jr., and we were laughing because every year that Dale Jr. comes to Martinsville, about halfway or a little past halfway, Dale Jr. comes over the radio and he says this race is 100 laps too long. If you could shorten the race by 100 laps, it'd be better. So Jade was joking that he could bet that Dale Jr. is going to say the same thing today about halfway, that the race needs to be shortened about 100 laps.
Well, if that's the case, we're about 57 laps away from those comments, because that would be the halfway point in today's race. Heard Jr. talking about the handling of his car. Jeff Gordon going to the inside here. This is a battle for position. Gordon takes over second. Now Stewart to the inside for third.
Side. Clear low.
First time today we've seen Junior lose a position on the racetrack.
And we also heard him say that he's better on the top than the bottom. You see he's letting those guys go by in the bottom. I know he needs to get this car turned around and get some adjustments on the next round of pit stops, but he's definitely better on the top than he is on the bottom of the track.
Well, bite is worse. All right, get forward. A little tight, squirt.
See top left, Ray Ocean working on air pressure. Dale said the forward bite is worse. He's now 2.8 seconds behind leader Denny Hamlin. Riding in the 4th spot. Next car
Clear.
is
Tony Jr., you heard him say forward bite is worse, right?
10-4.
That was Steve Meal.
And the reason,
go ahead.
The reason you saw Ray Ocean making those adjustments on air pressures is because that air pressure adjustment is what's going to help Dale Jr. on the next stop, because by going up or down on the air pressure can tighten or loosen your race car.
Like what you did to the left run, but I'm not sure what else you did to make it loose. It's loose in a little bit, so forward bite.
And we will be back shortly on the Dale Earnhardt Jr. channel.
Introducing the all-new Dodge Avenger.
Commence heat-seeking missile test.
With a heated cup holder. .5-liter V6. And ESP with all-speed traction control. Oh, did we mention the cup holder also cools? The all-new Dodge Avenger.
Finally, the Ultimate Fighting Championship comes to Texas. Welterweight champion George Rush St. Pierre defends his title against the Ultimate Fighter 4 winner, Matt the Terra Serra.
Toe-to-toe they go! For him, it's the chance of his life. I'm gonna have to take him very seriously and train like I never trained before.
Undefeated welterweight Diego Nightmare Sanchez puts his 17-0 record on the line against the 8-1 powerhouse Josh Koscheck in what will be Sanchez's toughest fight yet.
He's got it locked in. This is it. It is all over.
Also, explosive Houston native Mike Quick Swick takes on powerful Japanese ground and pounder Yushin Okami in a match that will move the winner up the middleweight rankings. The Ultimate Fighting Championship presents UFC 69 Shootout, Saturday, April 7th from Toyota Center in Houston, Texas. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view.
The reviews are in. 4 stars. Fascinating and utterly informative. An absolute triumph. Insightful commentary from a cinematic master.
Hi.
Leonard Maltin and the Maltin Minute, only on DirecTV.
We got a cop in my crew.
No Wyatt ever, you understand? You don't know what this is like. I can get the rat. You just let me do it my way. Delete from the inside, man. Smoke him out. What are you waiting for, honestly? You wanted to chop me up and feed me the pork?
The Departed. Now available from DirecTV pay-per-view movies.
Boxing's Fighter of the Year and its most electrifying warrior heat things up in a blaze of glory. Manny Pacquiao's vicious shots have brought some of the sport's biggest names to their knees. He's ready to add another victim to his collection. Manny Pacquiao takes on Mexico's Jorge Solis in a 12-round bout and in an explosive showdown. Two-time world champion Jorge Arce faces bitter rival and world super flyweight champion Christian Miades. Also in action, the son of the legend, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Saturday, April 14th, live on DirecTV pay-per-view, channel 123.
NASCAR Hotpass back in Martinsville, Virginia. See Dale Earnhardt Jr. going around Elliott Sadler. He's another one of the lap cars that Dale has passed today on the racetrack. Jimmy Johnson has surfaced up to 5th. He rides behind Dale Jr. on the racetrack. And just in front of Junior Tony Stewart, Denny Hamlin continues to lead. 42 laps from the halfway point in today's Goody's Cool Orange 200, or 500, I should say. I'm trying to pull a Dale Earnhardt Jr. here, saying they should shorten this race.
I was going to say, Dale Jr. is going to jump on your bandwagon.
And it's been an interesting day. If you're just joining us, Dale has been on pit road 3 times today. Started 8th, pitted under caution at lap 40 with the other lead lap cars. Came back down at lap 92. Got up to 4th in the running order. Came in 4th at lap 153, and the team busted off a 13.6 second pit stop. Dale Jr. went from 4th to 2nd in the running order. But a car that's not handling up to par on this run has seen Dale fall back to the 4th position behind Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart. It's not been a great day for Matt Kenseth. He's currently riding 22nd, and we're going to visit with his team.
Welcome. We're going to go to pod now with Wendy Venturini and Adam Alexander. You guys, when watching the 8 car, been with them all day. We just went a lap down, guys. How's your race going?
Well, Randy, I do want to tell you about the 8. He was a little free in. They made adjustments on that first stop. Our second time down pit road, we absolutely had no adjustments to the 8 car. Dale Jr. was really happy, but then it started to get a little snug again, and Tony Jr. had to adjust on that lap 152 caution. but now Junior has fallen back to 4th, and he has been complaining that it's a little tight again. So we're waiting for another pit stop. We're making some air pressure adjustments to get Junior a little bit more comfortable. The forward bite is getting worse.
Adam, what's Dale's demeanor been in the car? As far as we're concerned, Matt Kenseth has been good all day long. All of a sudden, he's feeling the pressure of we're not making our car any better. You guys having a little better run. Is he saying anything about the car tomorrow, Adam, or is this just a standard race for these guys at this point?
No, I think it's been pretty much business as usual, been very patient. The one thing that I noticed about him in the early going is he followed Jamie McMurray for a number of laps before trying to get around him. And the thing he told us in the pre-race today is you have to be patient if you're going to be good here, and certainly he's exercised patience today. Whether he's battling someone for position or just getting around a lap car, he's certainly taking the approach of, I've got to take care of my equipment and be there at the end. And from Matt Kenseth's standpoint, Tony, have you guys had to do much adjusting to the race car, and what kinds of adjustments have you been making to the Ford?
Adam, we have had to make several changes in this car. Matt complained that the car was real tight at the beginning of the race. Tight in the center, tight getting in, but loose off. We made track bar adjustments to try to help that. We helped the center, but then made it too loose off. Now Matt complaining he still can't get into the corner. It's loose off the corner, very similar to what they dealt with at Bristol. And here's a caution. Adam, one of the things we've been very lucky with today is 2 cautions before we were about to go a lap down, we were able to stay on the lead lap. Unfortunately, this caution for us comes about 10 laps too late.
Well, guys, good to be with you, and best of luck the rest of the day.
Well, thank you, guys, and enjoyed it very much. Good luck to you and the 8 car and Dale Earnhardt Jr. the rest of the afternoon. Caution is out.
And we're under caution for the 6th time today, as you heard Randy and Tony point out. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to come to pit road here. Now, J.J. Yaley, who had been pitting in front of him, no longer a factor because he's a lap down, so he will not pit with the lead lap cars. Let's see what the 8 bunch does here. Perhaps an adjustment to help the handling of the car.
Five away.
Come on around the corner here. Come on. Right here, come on. Right there. Whoa. Go straight, clear behind the 24 if you need to.
24, then the 8. There you go, Junior.
It definitely was a close call on pit road, I know, Junior.
So 4 tires there. They did make a chassis adjustment. We'll follow up on that when we return.
Exceed the need. Engineered with molded technology for better performance and longer life. Torture tested to perform under the most extreme conditions. Built for superior stopping power and backed by a nationwide lifetime warranty. Get the brakes built to exceed the need. Only at AutoZone.
When you're about to do something this big, a little luck never hurts. Thanks for having us.
The fastest drivers on Earth are in a race across America. If you've been drinking Coke, if you've been saving up points, then prepare to get their NASCAR gear. They've thanked their pit crews. They've thanked all of their sponsors. Now they're coming for you. Thanks for drinking. Get the racing gear you want. Go to mycokerewards.com.
The
clock is ticking and time's running out. To save big time at the Yamaha Get Out and Ride sales event with huge savings on select Yamaha ATVs, motorcycles, and side-by-sides. See your Yamaha dealer before time runs out for good. Now get payments as low as $69 a month till 2009 plus up to $400 cash back.
Anyone can rock it on a Saturday. Give me something to look forward to on a Wednesday. Give me a half rack of ribs and a full rack of napkins. Give me a cedar seared salmon that only tastes expensive. Give me smaller portions and prices so I can rock it any day I want. Give me more Fridays.
You're watching Fox Sports, broadcasting in HD and presented by DirecTV.
David Wright powers the Mets against the Braves. Fox Saturday Baseball returns this week.
Closing in on the midway point of the Goody's Cool Orange 500, Martinsville, Virginia. Dale Earnhardt Jr. getting lined up for the restart. He'll restart third, picked up a spot on pit road, and that's because Denny Hamlin, who came in the leader, had some issues on the pit lane. They went from the lead to 10th. Tony Stewart takes over the top spot. Jeff Gordon will restart second. And then our guy, Dale Earnhardt Jr., going green at lap 223.
Green flag, green flag.
Didn't really get a chance to talk much about the pit stop prior to our commercial break, Wendy, but they did make some changes to the car.
Yes, and what race fans didn't hear in that commercial break was the conversation between Tony Jr. and Dale Jr. Tony Jr., in his mind, only made 2 changes to the car, and that was a half-a-round bite in it and a half-pound out of the right rear of the air pressure. But what they really did was also put a half-a-pound back in the left rear from the previous stop. So in Dale Jr.'s mind, there was 3 changes. He was a little upset that Tony had made so many adjustments at once, but Tony was trying to justify it as putting one back to the way it was before to make Jr. happy. So a few changes on this stop.
It's a tough thing because the cars are so sensitive and there's so limited experience with the COT that it's tough to make changes and know exactly what it's going to do to affect the car. Dale has now been able to get around the lap machine of Matt Kenseth, now free and clear of the lap traffic, and he can set his sights on the 2 guys in front of him, Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon. Just under a second behind the leader is Dale Jr. here. Now that he's gotten around Kenseth, looks to me like Dale Jr.'s closing in a bit on Stewart and Gordon.
So maybe those adjustments Tony Jr. made were good after all, and like Dale said, I have to drive the car, so he has to ultimately be happy with those adjustments. But Tony was trying to justify why they did what they did on that last stop.
You know, and you talked earlier about the fact they're cousins and how that really helps their relationship as Dale goes to the inside and around Tony Stewart. Changes appear to be good to this point on the run.
I think it keeps people honest when you question why you do things too. I'm sure Tony Jr. does it to Dale Jr. questions why he does things a certain way on the racetrack. So it's a good relationship, probably better than most crew chief driver relationships on pit road.
When these 2 guys got together, I guess were reunited, you could say, at the end of the 2005 season, after they had been apart for a year and didn't make the chase in 2005. A lot of people immediately went to, this is a club that's going to be a contender for the title in 2006, and didn't contend for the title, really weren't there at the end of last year, made the chase though, and I think laid the foundation of confidence that they needed going into this year, and really kind of developed that rhythm again that they needed toward the end of last season, Wendy.
And when you talk to Dale Jr. about their season so far, he says, you know what, we've had good cars the last 4 races, but we're not having the finishes to prove to anyone outside of our own team. And he thought it was really cool that they gained 24 spots in the points in the last 3 races. So he really feels they're getting that momentum that they need for 2007. And as he's moved up in points all the way up to 17th, there's only 10 points that separate the 15th through the 18th place guy. So as good as Junior's running today, I can guarantee he's going to move up significantly at the end of today.
Well, I think we should point out, too, they started out the season with runs that weren't what they would have expected, finishing 32nd at Daytona, 40th at Fontana, the California Speedway, but they were in contention to win the race late at Daytona, got involved in an accident, and there you see Dale Jr. going to the lead. Jeff Gordon appears to be way off the pace.
I was just going to comment on how many laps Dale Jr. has led this season. You know, at Las Vegas when he finished 11th, he had only led 1 lap. So this is the second time for 2007 that we're seeing Dale Jr. lead a lap. Lap number 2 of laps led for 2007. Great job by Dale Jr.
So Dale Jr. leading for the first time today. He'd gotten around Stewart, and then Gordon dropping like a rock. You can see him top left of your screen. Some of the slow cars going around him. Not sure what the problem is there, and not too concerned, to be honest about it, because Dale Earnhardt Jr. has taken over the top spot at lap 236. But getting back to what I was talking about, and you can back me up on this, Wendy, as top right of your screen, you see a replay of the lead change. Gordon goes way high, and Jr. no problems driving below him to take over the top spot. You know, Dale was in contention and running in the top 10 late in the Daytona 500 when he got in an accident that was not of his own making. Went to California, had a very strong race car, started 5th, was running good, had an engine problem, and only completed 74 of the 250 laps there. So I think they came out of the gates with 2 very good race cars, but just didn't get the results that they should have based on how good they were running. And since that time, as you talked about it, have been on an incredible climb, coming from 40th to 17th in the points. And if what we're seeing right now is any indication of what we're going to get here today, he will make a serious jump once again after this afternoon's event's complete.
Absolutely, and it's how the team reacts to those finishes at Daytona, at California. When you come out of the gate at the very top of the season and you finish 32nd, and then you turn around the next week and you finish 40th, that can bring team morale down, but not the A team. They took it as an advantage to them to work harder, dig deeper. They've been pulling out these good finishes, a top 10 last week at Bristol, and it looks like we're definitely going to get a top 10 today.
240 laps complete, 10 laps away from halfway here at Martinsville. And I think how they handle that situation goes back a little bit to the maturity factor that we've talked about, not only in Dale Earnhardt Jr., but let's face it, Tony Eury Jr. is starting to put some years under his belt now as a leader of this team. And one of the things he talked about after California is that it was his job to rally the troops and keep everyone focused. They've done that. After that 40th place finish at California with the engine problem, they've not been out of the top 15 since, and they're leading today here at Martinsville.
Hey, Jimmy, I was following you in practice, and it looks like you're kind of messing up turn 3. And if I was you, I would try to arc it out a little more.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna need it again. I'm so sorry, what were we saying?
Good talk, Jimmy.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the new Motorola Buzz. 1 powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
So easy to turn, so easy to handle. It almost drives itself. But it's not just about mowing the lawn. It's also about owning a John Deere. Easy Track, the newest John Deere.
Over 100 years of racing heritage goes into every Ford. Wow. It's in our blood.
Now get all your favorites in one box. Introducing the new Variety Big Box from KFC. Popcorn chicken, a crispy strip, a drumstick, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, a biscuit, and a large drink. Fill up on all your favorites at KFC.
They pick up precious seconds, pick up laps, and pick up our hearts. Enterprise salutes NASCAR for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
So if Napa also has parts that are really hard to find, how do they find them?
Well, it's pretty interesting. What they do is they take the old part and they show it to
Smell this, boys. It's a 1972 Toyota Land Cruiser fuel pump. Now go get me a new one. Give me a new one.
Am I supposed to believe that?
Good boy, Rufus. That's a good boy.
Fox Thursday, television's monster hit, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, brings you a first when not one, but 3 contestants go for the $1 million. With 3 times the bucks and 3 times the brain power.
You know what a right triangle is?
It's one that's off to the right.
I love it.
Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? All new at 8, 7 Central, Fox Thursday.
And the train conductor says, take a break, drive away.
Couple of laps away from the halfway point in today's Goody's Cool Orange 500. And we're under caution for the 7th time today. Dale Earnhardt Jr. leading, and they elect to not come to pit road. Driver 8 not taking a break, and the answer is what, Wendy?
And that's funny how we had that conversation with Tony Jury.
What's the radar look like?
Jr. Let's lay out and listen to this.
Close, but I can't tell if it's going to hit here or if it's just going to go right north. There's a little seam right there it can go by, or it could rain real hard here. Just right on the verge. It looks like it's going to go north, though.
And I've got the radar pulled up here in the Hotpass headquarters, and I couldn't agree more with my limited meteorology knowledge that there are showers in the area, and the radar would indicate they're either going to hit the speedway or go just north. It is going to rain in Martinsville, Virginia, but there's scattered enough showers that we may be able to skate by a couple of laps away from the midway point, and that's probably a good reason why Dale Jr. was asking that question about what the radar looks 24. Like.
Looked like the ignition cut off because he fiddled with it for about a lap and then he got back running okay.
We do know they call
cars
for
coming on the bottom, coming to the green.
About 40%
You'll get the green
chance
at
of
halfway,
rain.
Dale Jr.
As they get ready to go back green, I will tell you that Tony...
Have a bad alternator or battery going dead or something.
That could be.
They elected not to pit. And Dale Jr. came over the radio and said, good call on those adjustments on the last stop to Tony Jr. So Dale Jr. is very happy with those adjustments, as we could tell when he took the lead.
So cleanup is complete from our 7th caution of the day. You heard Dale Jr. asking what the problem was for Jeff Gordon. Ignition issues, apparently the situation there. He's dropped to 15th. That's opened the door for Dale Jr. to lead him to the green flag. It comes out at the midway point. Lap 250 on the board.
Flag, still inside, Jim. Clear.
Kind of nice to see Dale Jr. not having to deal with the lap cars on a restart. First time we've restarted today after a caution, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been in the lead. As you see here from the bumper cam, Tony Stewart trying to keep Dale Jr. from getting away. This is a great stage of the race to have your car dialed in, and while you would feel much better about the situation 200 laps from now with 50 laps to go, this is the part of the race, though, where, Wendy, you kind of start to sort out the haves and the have-nots, and I think that we have found out that Dale Jr. is going to be a contender here today.
Absolutely, and it's convenient how Dale Jr., when he takes the lead We're at lap, when he took the lead, it was lap 235, and on that last caution, they were worried about rain, talking about it. He wanted to know what the radar looks like, because we are past that halfway point. If it were to rain and they called the race, obviously Dale Jr. would win. It'd be in his advantage. But I'll tell you, these team engineers are watching their monitors. The radars are pulled up. They're taking their thumb and they're measuring thumb by thumb to see how many miles away the storm is and whether or not it's going to hit Martinsville.
And you can see the crew watching NASCAR Hotpass as you are at home. You know, we talked earlier about the fact there were a number of people in the garage area this morning that were very high on the 8 car. And most of those prognosticators basing their predictions on what they saw in practice here yesterday. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. was unbelievable in that second practice. And you know, I asked Tony Jr., did you do much experimenting, or were you mainly just taking the setup you had and trying to perfect it? And he said, no, we really were just trying to make sure we were right on. Well, it would appear they have found out where they need to be.
Right, exactly. In that second practice session yesterday, when they were trying all those things, Dale Jr., when you listen to him on the radio in practice, he finally came over and said, just put it back to the way we had it at the beginning of the day. He was not happy with any of those changes. Tony Jr. went back to what they originally had, and it obviously is paying off. That's the setup that works for Dale Jr. today.
Well, and sometimes you will have teams split their day on Friday, working between race trim and qualifying trim. And you know, some teams just like to get ahead on the race thing. Others really want to work on qualifying. And I talked to Tony Gibson, the car chief, here yesterday morning, and he said, you know, we really worked a lot on race trim on Friday. So when you work a lot on race trim, then you get a little bit of qualifying time in, you go out and qualify 8th. That really puts you ahead of the game, because when most teams are just starting to get into race trim on Saturday, and you already have an hour or so of race time under your belt practice-wise, that's a major advantage going into the Saturday practice sessions.
And a lot of it depends on those top 35 guys in points. Think about all those guys outside the top 35, Adam, like the A.J. Allmendingers, Brian Vickers, those guys that have to race their way in right now every weekend. So they are focused on their qualifying setup only on Fridays. They don't even think about race trim until they know they've made the race. And by that point, they're already that much further behind than guys like Dale Jr. So it's a constant battle, race trim, qualifying trim, and where to find that fine line.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. is hooked up. He's pulling away from Tony Stewart and now enjoying an advantage of some 2.2 seconds. And this is the same car that we saw here yesterday in the second practice session. As you can see, bottom left of your screen, Junior midway down the back straightaway as Tony Stewart comes off at turn 2, and as if that isn't enough, he's got a little cushion there with J.J. Yaley. Here they are across start finish line. 237 laps to go, and a 2.4 second advantage as you see across the top of your screen. Jamie McMurray saying he could lap the field, and he's doing good right now, Wendy.
Yeah, I know. I always like when I say something and then it happens, because it makes us look a lot better at our jobs than we actually are. But all joking aside, because he's been really happy with this car. We know it's a brand new car with the COT. Obviously, they have a lot of new cars in the stable, but it's not the same one they ran at Bristol. This is chassis number 48. Now, it did get tested at South Boston Speedway, so it has been shaken down a little bit. Dale Jr. is comfortable in the COT, and now they're just working out what setup works best. And as we mentioned, they keep going back to the old setups that they used to have years ago in this car, and that seems to work for the characteristics of the COT.
And you talk about testing. We mentioned earlier they've been to Lakeland, Florida a couple of times to test. Been to South Georgia. You mentioned South Boston. And this week, Nextel Cup teams heading to the Richmond International Raceway, getting set to race at the 3/4 mile racetrack in the early portion of May. So the COT, the car of tomorrow, which is now the car today, here to stay, and plenty of testing going on. Dale Earnhardt Jr. leading. 234 laps to go at Martinsville.
They're using all of their horses. Are you using all of yours? To compete at the highest levels, these top drivers trust Q technology.
Q's heat-activated formula fights power-robbing friction better than conventional oils. To help maximize power, maximize success, and of course, maximize your horses. Q, unleash all your horses.
Hey, I'm ordering some Domino's.
Great.
Thanks for calling Domino's. Would you like to try our new Double Zero deal?
Double what?
Double Zero deal. Buy one pizza, get a second one free on Sundays. It's named after me.
Who are you?
I'm Double Zero, David Ruderman. Hey, check this out. Hey, can you hear that?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, how about now?
It's windy.
Buy a large pizza, get a second one free.
I know it. I know.
Seatbelts.
We're gonna be late.
We're not going anywhere until our seatbelts are fastened.
NASCAR driver Jeff Burton is serious about racing, but he's even more serious about safety.
He could have made it. He could have made it. The gas pedal's on the right.
State Farm is proud to insure Jeff Burton's car. His personal car! Call an agent today.
Like a good neighbor.
State Farm is there.
We are witnessing biblical events.
It's human blood, the whole damn river.
Catherine, you're in danger.
The Reaping, rated R, starts Thursday, April 5th.
Don't forget about us, Stevie.
With Glidden Team Colors paint, you can get the official colors of your favorite team.
Sir, you're all set.
Whoever that may be. Exclusively from Glidden and only at the Home Depot.
NASCAR Hot Pass riding shotgun today with Dale Earnhardt Jr. We're live at the Martinsville Speedway. You heard Steve Meal chiming in, telling Dale Jr. he is clear, going around the lap machine of Mike Bliss. Bliss actually running in 37th, 4 laps down. And it won't be long before Dale Jr.'s going to put his teammate a lap in arrears. Martin Truex Jr. being scored in the 21st position. He is the first car on the end of the lead lap. And we mentioned not long ago that Dale Jr. was 2.4 seconds in front of Tony Stewart. Well, the lead is ballooned now to 3.1 seconds. That may change a bit as Dale works lap traffic, but he's been a great job being patient here today. And as Dale works his way through lap traffic, we go to email. Tanya Bobby emailing in today. Tanya and Bobby, excuse me, both emailing in. This question from Kenton, Ohio. They noticed the last time Dale Earnhardt Jr. pitted, someone was blowing the front wheels. Wanted to know what they were doing there. Wendy, I think you can fill us in.
Right, if you see this air hose that is down on the road here in the 8 pit, what they do is they blow air on the left side of the tires, and the guy that does that is Danny Earnhardt Jr., who you see here in the black DEI uniform. What he does is he stays behind pit wall, uses that air hose to blow off the left side tires, and that is because it will give a better view to the tire changers when they come around the left-hand side. There's so much brake dust that accumulates here at Martinsville that it allows those guys to change tires and not so much brake dust to be flying in their eyes. So a small little thing that goes up makes a big difference on pit stops.
Well, and Danny Earnhardt Jr. there, Danny Earnhardt Sr. also a part of this pit crew. In fact, he carried tires on the front end for the first few races of the year. And because the normal front tire carrier, Sean Ward, was out with an injury he suffered away from the racetrack at Daytona. I talked to Tony Jr. at California about having Danny Earnhardt in. He said he's so reliable. He's like a mule. You can have him pull anything, and he was able to go over the wall, come out of retirement, if you will. And there's a look at Danny Sr. sitting on the wall. So he's a big part of the success of this race team.
And it's truly a family affair here, and that's what's so cool. This is what NASCAR is all about. It's awesome to see these guys stay within their family, in the family business for so many years, and be able to grow and mature with Dale Jr. from when he started racing in Myrtle Beach on his short track days and working up all the way to Nextel Cup and being championship contenders. I know Danny Earnhardt's proud to be here with and now seeing his son, Danny Earnhardt Jr., help out on the team as well.
Yeah, Danny Sr. spent 15 to 20 years taking tires over the wall, and I asked him what his most memorable moment was, and he said Junior's first win that came in his rookie season, but he also mentioned the Busch titles because he was around for Dale Jr.'s Busch championships, and it is cool to see it being such a family affair, and when you win, it makes it all that more enjoyable. And today, one of the fun memories that could be created for this race team, Dale Earnhardt Jr., 216 laps in, going around the lap car of David Stremme and enjoying a near 3-second lead over second place Tony Stewart. It's been a while since we've seen these teams on pit road. Lap 217 the last time Dale Jr. was in for service. And it appears the long run has been good to Dale today.
It sure has, and we know his car was good on long green runs, and that's what Tony Eury Jr. was setting it up for early in the race, if you remember, he mentioned it. Now we're on lap 285, it says right now. We pitted on 217. Now, I'm not saying it's going to go this long on green flag runs, but we do know the max they can run is 145, and that's stretching it comfortably. You'd like 125 laps if it were to stay green. But, you know, Martinsville short track racing, I highly doubt that's going to happen.
Well, the only way that it could happen, and I asked Tony about that today, and it maybe has a better chance today than what it has in recent time because we're with a little bit smaller fuel cell this year than what we've been in recent years. But Tony said even if there's a situation like the one we're under now where you pit, you have a short run and a caution, you stay out for track position, it's highly unlikely that you will come back down have to come down the pit lane in a green flag situation just because cautions seem to come so frequently here. And we talked earlier about Dale Jr. moving up in the points. One guy that could be moving back, Kevin Harvick. You look top right of your screen. This would be unscheduled service under green for him. It comes at lap 288, and once he comes down pit road, he will hope that it stays green because he does not want to pit in this situation.
Harvick, of course, was 5th in points coming into this race, so we are watching points. It may seem early on with only 6 races in to be watching points, but we need everything we can get with Dale Jr., so a problem with Kevin Harvick is going to benefit Dale Jr. in the points race today. And
we set an unscheduled stop. The bad news for Harvick, he didn't even stop. He rolled on past the pit stall and straight to the Nextel Cup garage, so problems for Kevin Harvick. And if you look at the top right of your screen, you can see the crew pushing Harvick. We'll continue to watch the Fox Network broadcast, top right of the screen. And if they have an interview with Harvick, certainly you can use the audio controls in your remote to flip over and hear what Harvick has to say. Meanwhile, we keep our eye on Dale Jr., who's doing a great job of working through lap traffic. He goes around Jeff Green.
Clear.
Sending him another lap in arrears. Only 20 cars on the lead lap, and the last one would be Scott Riggs. He's 2 cars in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's been a nice day weather-wise today here in Martinsville, and as you hear no rain, we go to break on Hotpass.
I'm in my Chevy ride slow.
Nice ride, homie.
I'll trade you.
Chevy Impala SS, an American revolution.
Jared here with racing champion Tony Stewart. Everyone knows Subway restaurants for tasty low-fat subs, like this 6-inch Subway Club. Make it a foot long, and it's still less than half the fat of a McDonald's Big Mac.
But the big surprise, it has twice the meat. Fills me up without slowing me down.
Less fat.
More meat.
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 Less fat. Less fat.
Jared, you're never gonna go as fast as me. more meat.
The delicious foot-long Subway Club, less than half the fat of a Big Mac.
But twice the meat fills me up without slowing me down. Subway, race hard.
Eat fresh.
No matter where you are, no matter how fast you go, what's inside, we'll show everything. Every car, every driver, every ding and dent will be different with this.
Different.
Look. It's amazing. It's the mirrors.
HDTV powered by DLP. See how millions of tiny mirrors make the picture amazing.
Get a $50 mail-in rebate on HDTVs powered by DLP today at Amazon.com.
Get the power of two networks. The Nextel walkie-talkie network and the Sprint voice and data network have come together on one powerful phone. Introducing Motorola Buzz, the superior Nextel walkie-talkie network, over 20 million people strong, plus enhanced voice and data capabilities on the powerful Sprint network, all in a sleek, rugged frame. The first in the PowerSource family of phones, now only $59.99. One phone, two networks, a million ways to get things done. Nextel, only from Sprint.
So let me get this straight. You drive over 180 miles per hour every weekend. You've been involved in over 100 accidents. And you've totaled your car 19 times?
State Farm is proud to insure safety advocate and NASCAR driver Jeff Burton.
His personal car.
And safe drivers everywhere. Call an agent today.
If you don't mind signing here and here. Oh, and if you can just sign up here somewhere.
Back in Martinsville, Virginia, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. has
One
some
car length
company.
back to the 20 car. 16's got brake troubles.
Steve Mill walking Dale Jr. through a sensitive time in the race.
Clear.
So one of the reasons that Tony Stewart was able to go from 3 seconds down to less than a half a second, top left, traffic like this. Dale Jr. behind guys running side by side. You see him trying to move Elliott Sadler out of the way. He eventually does.
Inside.
But couldn't finish the job, and
Clear low if you need
top
it.
right, Tony Stewart goes to the inside for the lead.
Go clear low.
Lap traffic playing a big role in this race. Top left, you see Walt Smith watching NASCAR Hotpass.
Clear. Watch your car up there.
The caution comes out for the 8th time today. Robbie Gordon having issues. You see that top right of your screen.
I hit that rubber in the middle of the corner and slid up into him. Just lost the nose the rest of the corner. Car's real good right there. All right, 10-4. Still ain't tight yet. We'll keep working on it. Little small steps. Good direction though.
And there, the top right, you see the replay of the pass for the lead. You heard Junior talk about what happened on the radio.
Half up again in the right rear. Half up.
Pit road is closed. Pit road is closed.
What's the deal on the rain? Does anybody have a real good idea? Whoever has knowledge of it, I want to tell me something.
Right on the other side of the grandstand.
Junior, I need like 20 minutes, 10 minutes. Is it coming? Is it going around us?
By the radar, it should be raining any minute now. That's what I got to tell you. So we're going to hit here for 4 tires.
Tempo. Sorry I lost the lead right now. I was trying to hang on to it because I was thinking it might rain any minute too. But I got outdrove right there. Be fine. Just come in here and do the job, and we'll be good.
Pit road is open. Pit road is open, 4,300. Okay on the 18 car, Gene.
He's been on a roll today on pit road. Let's see what happens here. Pitting at lap 308.
20's pulling off, June. Five away.
4, 3, 2, 1, come on. Right there. Going hard, go hard. Good job.
They have done it, Adam. They beat him off pit
Behind
road.
the 10 there, Dale Jr. Great job, guys. Great job.
Not sure what happened with Stewart, but he lost 2 or 3 positions, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. able to cycle out in the lead. They've been on pit road today now 5 times, and I think of the 5 times, 4 they've picked up spots, Wendy, and the one time they didn't, they came out in the same position that they were in when they pitted. That's pretty good work.
This time, Dale Jr. He was just leading lap.
Teammate Martin Truex Jr. heard Steve Meal say is going to pit this time. He stayed out to lead a lap, has accomplished that. Now he will come to pit road for service, and that means Dale Earnhardt Jr. will be back on the point. Well, that's a scary call right there.
NASCAR has talked a lot about the weather. It's for sure west and north of us. They're not sure if it's coming this way or not. It's only about 5 miles away, but they're not positive. It's not just going to go straight north.
Okay, thank you.
You know, that's a tough situation. You haven't been on pit road since lap 217. You're coming up on 100 laps, so you can't go much farther on fuel.
Sweeper truck in the top of 1 and 2, Jim.
You really have to pit, but knowing the weather's coming, that's a tough situation right there as a crew chief, Wendy.
And that's exactly why Dale Jr. wanted to know.
Wonder why the Elliott held me up so long.
His spotter came down and said to say he wasn't trying to hold you up, but he knew he was. He was just trying to keep from going 2 laps down. They felt like if they were 2 laps down, the world was over.
I heard that. That's all right. I figured that, you know, he had a reason.
Yeah, they were real. I mean, I know it was aggravating. You do awful good with that, but they were pretty cool. That's 1 to go right there, June. Look for lap cars coming on the bottom.
All about watching a race on network television, but only on NASCAR Hotpass will you hear exchanges like the ones you just heard between Steve Meal and driver Dale Earnhardt Jr. His spotter telling him what the situations are on the racetrack brings better insight to you, the fan.
They're talking about the 29 car losing fuel pressure.
You hear the talks about Kevin Harvick. Pace car on pit road. We're going back to green, and it will go on the air in the air at lap 312 of 500 here at Martinsville. Let's listen in to spotter Steve Meal.
Green flag, still inside. Still inside, June. Clear high. Clear low.
The 19 cars on the lead lap. And we heard the conversation between Dale Jr. and his spotter Steve Meal about Elliott Sadler and why he held him up. Well, Elliott Sadler was to the inside of Dale Jr. Doesn't hold him up here, but may serve as a block for a while for the guys behind him trying to chase down Dale Jr. Jimmy Johnson's back there, Kyle Busch is back there, Clint Boyer and others, and they all have to get around Elliott Sadler before they can chase down the leader and the guy you're watching, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
you never want to think weather's factoring in, but it's definitely the case today. We heard Steve Meal report that the storms are west and north about 5 miles, so it's key that Junior got out in the lead spot right there. That's awesome for Junior. If the rain were to come right now and the race was called, obviously Junior would win, and that could have won him the race. It all comes down to if it's going to rain, yes or no.
You said it. He's in the catbird seat, leading out front. We had an email earlier, and of course you can always email us questions that you may have about the race itself, about the team, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the crew. Always send your emails to hotpass@directtv.com. We'll do what we can to get an answer for you. Tony Stewart, top right of your screen, you're seeing a replay of the issues they had on pit road. But the question came in by email moments ago. What happens if you're at the halfway point and it gets rain? And the rule is once you're past halfway, this race is considered official. So if it were to rain, NASCAR would do everything they could to get this race in. However, once it's past halfway, it is official, and if we couldn't get it in, and there are no lights here at Martinsville, however they were running, when the red flag came out and the stoppage because of rain happened, that's how they would finish. And that's why Dale Earnhardt Jr. would benefit right now from being out front. And I'm not sure that we want the rain at this stage. While it'd be great to get the victory, either way, Dale may be able to earn this one, Wendy.
And just to remind race fans, just because it is halfway and Dale Jr.'s leading, the rain comes out, it doesn't mean that the race is over. NASCAR will wait it out. It's a waiting period. They'll let the rain fall. They'll watch the radar to see how much rain is still to come. And we will wait it out here in Martinsville, but then it gets down to an issue of light. It's starting to get a little bit dark around here, and it comes down to how long do we go before the race is called?
And, you know, fans so many times will say, you know, I paid my money, I should see the full race. But the bottom line is, Wendy, these teams are going to be testing tomorrow in Richmond, Virginia. They've got a race in a couple of weeks at Texas. And sometimes, you know, future travel plans can factor into those calls a little bit, too. You can't sit around all weekend at one venue because there's just simply not enough hours in the day and not enough days in the week to get it all done sometimes.
Yeah, you may think because we don't have a race next weekend for Easter that these guys are off or vacationing, but really they're all headed for the NASCAR sanctioned test at Richmond. So that's 2 days that every team here in Nextel Cup will be at Richmond on this off week. It's given them a chance to catch up on COT testing and a lot of different issues. So maybe an off week for racing on Sunday, but these guys will be hard at work all week long testing.
And while the Nextel Cup teams are not running next week, the NASCAR Busch Series will be running next weekend. They are at the Nashville Super Speedway. Should be an entertaining race for them next Saturday. There's a good look at Tony Eury Jr. And we want to remind everyone as we go into week 6 of the Nextel Cup season, baseball is upon us. The first game of the year featuring the defending world champions is tonight. You can follow the Cardinals, the Yankees, or your favorite team via Strike Zone. The Strike Zone channel makes its debut on DirecTV tomorrow on channel 733 at 1 o'clock Eastern time. Strike Zone will take you all around the major leagues, and a free preview takes place all week long. Here on DirecTV, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is leading the race at Martinsville.
Turn your cap into something. MyCokeRewards.com.
The clock is ticking and time's running out to save big time at the Yamaha Get Out and Ride sales event with huge savings on select Yamaha ATVs, motorcycles, and side-by-sides. See your Yamaha dealer before time runs out for good. Now get payments as low as $69 a month till 2009 plus up to $400 cash back.
What did you see? You see things before they happen.
I have no idea how, but I can.
There is a nuclear bomb somewhere in the United States. Find it.
Do exactly what I say. I'll save your life.
I don't want you to die.
next.
It's happening.
When?
Now.
Rated PG-13. In theaters April 27th.
They're using all of their horses. Are you using all of yours? To compete at the highest levels, these top drivers trust Q technology. Q's heat-activated formula fights power-robbing friction better than conventional oils. To help maximize power, maximize success, and of course, maximize your horses. Q, unleash all your horses.
Truck guys told us what matters in a half-ton is guts. So we gave this truck a big rear axle, a stronger frame, and the biggest honking bed. All to help it handle payloads at 2,000 pounds. Which answers the age-old question of how to put a ton of whatever in a half-ton bag. Available on the all-new full-size Tundra. The truck that's changing it all.
The NASCAR Nextel Cup Series running at the Martinsville Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. It's the Goody's Cool Orange 500, and you're looking at the Hotpass Hot Shots through 333 laps. Dale Earnhardt Jr. leads. Denny Hamlin and Jeff Burton both in the top 11. Matt Kenseth making progress up to 16th, and it's been a tough day for Dave Blaney, who rides back in 39th. Dale Earnhardt Jr., as you can see, top of your screen, starting to work some lap traffic. Bottom of your screen, you see A.J. Allmendinger out the rear bumper. He's running 40th, 15 laps down. Currently 19 cars on the lead lap, and one of the contenders early was the pole sitter, Denny Hamlin. He currently rides 7th, and we're going to hear from his team.
Stuck in the top.
Hey guys, the caution has come out, but we wanted to check back in with you here and see about that 8 car, because I had to eat a little crow here, Adam. The fact is, you were right. You get way ahead of us, but we've got pit stops coming up here, so maybe we'll break out of this and try to get back to you here shortly, because I know you're going to want to cover the pit stops for the leader.
Absolutely, and we also want to get a follow-up when we get back together from Ray Dunlap and Rick Allen about what happened under caution and during service a while ago, because if you remember, Denny Hamlin came in with the lead, and that was at lap 217, but dropped back outside the top 10 after an issue on pit road. And we can take a look at that now, see if we can pick something up on our replay. This will be lap 217. Denny Hamlin came in the race leader. He makes his stop. Looks like service is going good there on the right side. An issue on the right front, it appeared. There was a delay on the right front. Come around to the left side for service, and apparently that's what lost him the time on pit road. But if memory serves me right,
you're not coming. Pit road is open.
He pulled out and then had to pull back, and perhaps they didn't get the lug nuts tight. So a tough break for Denny Hamlin there that cost him on the pit lane, but that team has battled back. Was outside the top 10, currently riding 7th, and while we were watching the replay, you heard him say on the Dale Earnhardt Jr. radios, we will stay out here. And I'm not surprised at lap 337 now, last pitted 30 laps ago, rain in the area. Couldn't afford to come down pit road here, Wendy.
They have made the call, Adam. I'm sorry, I was talking to the crew, but they have made the call to stay out, so
first
we'll not
16
see the
out
leader
except for
come
the
down.
5, Tony Jr.
10-4.
And most everybody's staying out except the 5. You saw top right of your screen, Kyle Busch coming to pit road. Carl Edwards, who was in the top 12, came to pit road. So some of those guys electing to come in, but they were guys who were outside the top part of the running order and really didn't have much to lose. If you're leading at this stage, though, I don't think there's any way you can afford to come down pit road. And you can see the ominous skies up above the pit crew there.
It has really gotten gray and dark and gloomy over here in turns 1 and 2 where I'm stationed over in the 8 pit. So I know they want to do a rain dance. We all want to see the race get completed and we want to see it go all the way. But at the same time, when your guy's leading, it doesn't hurt for a little rain to fall, right?
You know, and I'm watching the radar here in the Hotpass headquarters, and I know we don't have the ability to put it up on the screen, but if it were going to be raining, it would appear to me it would be raining right now. And if you look out Dale Jr.'s window there, that was back to the west. And See if we can hear what Dale's saying here on the radio.
I don't know what radar says, Tony Jr., and I'm not real good at this, but it's raining on the hills on the other side of the road.
Yeah, it's making a horseshoe around us right now.
There you see Tony Jr. checking it out. Top right of your screen, you see Fox talking to folks from Richard Childress Racing about the problem Kevin Harvick had. He's back on the track now, but being scored some 43 laps behind leader Dale Earnhardt Jr. Tough break for him today. But as we talked about earlier, it could allow Dale to pick up some valuable Nextel Cup points before leaving Martinsville. We could be looking at one stop remaining today, Wendy.
Yeah, absolutely. We're right now, with the way the situation is with 160 to go, yeah, because we know, quite honestly, the max stretching it out all the way is 150 laps when I talked to gas man Jeff Clark. So we're still not quite there, but almost about making it on one more stop. But I'm telling you, Adam, it's getting darker by the second here, and especially in 1 and 2 where I am, I can't really tell on 3 and 4, but it definitely looks darker on this side of the racetrack. And we heard Steve Mills say it's raining on the hills on the other side of the road. It almost seems like we need some meteorologists around here in NASCAR. I bet that would be beneficial to have some of those guys right now.
I'd like to have one with me right now to explain to me why the radar is the color it is over Martinsville on my map, and it's not raining, but perhaps we're in the right part of town to stay dry. Yep. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is where he needs to be, that's for sure.
And Tony Uri Jr. said it's horseshoeing around the racetrack right now, so it's going all the way around us in a horseshoe pattern, the rain.
And there's nothing really behind it on the radar that would battle us, I don't think. Going green at lap 342, Dale Earnhardt Jr. out front. Jimmy Johnson, Clint Boyer, Jeff Gordon, and Tony Stewart behind him on the restart.
Green flag.
Restart for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Putting lap 345 on the board as he crosses the start-finish line. Only problem on this restart is he didn't get a lap car between himself and the second place runner like he did on that last restart. That's the bad news. The good news is he's been able to stretch it out to 0.6 of a second over top of Jimmy Johnson as you look at the markers across the top of your screen. It's Jeff Green in front of him. Not the first time he's went by Jeff today. When he goes by him this time, Green will be 12 laps behind Junior. He's had problems all day long. And an indication perhaps the rain is near. Jade Gurst, the PR man for Dale Jr., putting a jacket on in the pit area.
Everybody's putting jackets on in the stands. I'm watching the raincoats starting to come out. I think fans are preparing to take cover because I don't think it's going to sprinkle when it starts to rain. It looks like it's going to downpour if it does hit Martinsville.
Yeah, that's exactly what the radar looks like, and it doesn't appear there's much to it as far as length of time of rain. But when it rains, it looks to me like it is going to hammer down if, in fact, we're in the right spot on the radar to get the rain. Good battle for position, top right of your screen. Teammates going at it as Denny Hamlin drives to the inside of Tony Stewart. Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is now 9/10, actually make it a second better than Jimmy Johnson. It's amazing when you look at how many different guys that have been up front today with Dale Earnhardt Jr., and there have been a number of different folks running in and around him, and he always seems to outdo the guys around him, and that's been impressive because he's had a number of people thrown at him, and he handles each one of them and has been so good at the early portion of these restarts.
And really, Adam, it's no surprise to me that Jimmy Johnson is right behind him, because obviously Johnson has 2 wins here in the last 5 races. But quite honestly, Chevrolet in itself has dominated at Martinsville. Chevrolet's won the last 5 races here. So to see Dale Jr. out front, knowing as good as he is here at Martinsville, and with that proper manufacturer behind him with the new COT, it would be awesome to see an Impala go to victory lane today.
And Wendy talked about the rain and the jackets coming out. And there's good news in all this. If we get precipitation, Wendy can go hang out with the boys and watch DirecTV right there.
Right there in front of you, Jim. There you go, yellow's out.
In the Bud Camp, and you hear Steve Mill talking about a spin in front of Dale Jr. Brings out caution number 9 today. Robbie Gordon, the guy who got it turned around. 147 to go.
Simple.
And you heard it, staying out. Last pitted at 3:08. We're at lap 353, so not even 50 laps into a run. And with the rain in the area, it would be silly to come to pit road here. So Dale will follow the pace car around. Should be a fairly quick caution.
Tony Jr., it's raining on 220 bypass. You know the one I mean? Going to Stewart.
And I did just feel a sprinkle start here in the 8 pit, but we
raining here too.
Yeah, I know.
It's very difficult to tell which portion of the radar we're under, because we could get by with a sprinkle.
I just hope it rains hard or it goes away.
Or we could get hammered.
To make a decision.
Raining hard right now, Dale Jr. Be careful of your stuff.
Do what?
It's raining really hard when you get back over here. I don't want you to bust your butt or something.
Simple.
And you can see top
I have
right
to
of your
think about our
screen.
brake rotor temperatures, Tony Jr., if they were to restart this thing. You know, he might ought to go ahead and cut his blowers off right now.
Yeah, 10-4, I'm cool with that.
And the rain is out. We're under caution.
Cool a little bit longer. They're 900 some degrees, so it ain't gonna hurt them to blow a few more laps here.
Martinsville, Virginia, the scene.
Get him shut off, Jim.
10-4. Let me know when we lost the track.
Outside.
Great day for a parade, Richard.
This new Goody's Cool Orange is the biggest thing to hit the neighborhood.
Sure is. I told you orange is the new fast. It's got a new cool orange flavor that's easy to swallow. And it comes in these easy-to-carry packs. Here comes the parade now. I told you orange is the new fast.
You tell him, kid.
Introducing new Goody's Cool Orange. The speed of Goody's now with a cool orange taste.
Everything's faster in Goody's country.
The reviews are in. 4 stars. Fascinating and utterly informative. An absolute triumph. Insightful commentary from a cinematic master.
Hi.
Leonard Maltin and the Maltin Minute. Only on DirecTV.
My father never spoke about the war or about the flag raising. Maybe there's no such thing as heroes. Maybe there are just people like my dad. How people could sacrifice so much for us.
Here are the heroes of Iwo Jima.
The real heroes are dead on that island.
The risks they took, the wounds they suffered. They may have fought for their country, but they died for their friends.
Boxing's Fighter of the Year and its most electrifying warrior heat things up in a blaze of glory. Manny Pacquiao's vicious shots have brought some of the sport's biggest names to their knees. He's ready to add another victim to his collection. Manny Pacquiao takes on Mexico's Jorge Solis in a 12-round bout and in an explosive showdown. Two-time world champion Jorge Arce faces bitter rival and world super flyweight champion Christian Miades. Also in action, the son of the legend Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Saturday, April 14th, live on DirecTV pay-per-view.
Watching NASCAR Hotpass exclusively on DirecTV and brought to you by Dodge. Grab life by the horns.
As soon as the last cars.
Hey,
Junebug, this is DW. This just in.
So we are under the red flag at Martinsville Speedway. 357 laps is what we were able to get on the board. And the crew, as you can see bottom left of your screen, covering up the car and making preparations for rain. Now, what some of the folks were saying upstairs is that it looked to them like we're going to get a good 45 minutes to an hour of rain. It's been staying daylight in the Martinsville area
well,
till...
Well, I say it's best car forward bite-wise I've ever had here. I think that has a lot to do with the width of the car, and it drives really good. I'm really surprised. I mean, you know, they've got a lot of criticism, and I got to give them credit where credit's due. And this is a pretty decent car for this racetrack. But between me and my team and the guys that built it, and of course NASCAR designing it, we've been real critical of it up to this point. But it seems to be working really good here.
Well, I know you're leading the race, and this probably have a biased opinion, but would you like to see them go to this car full-time, Junior?
One way or another, you know, either run the other ones or run this one all the time so we can get started working on them. I think they were, you know, very conservative in deciding to run just a few races this year, and that was probably a good choice, but you know, we'll just see how it works out. I mean, there's probably a lot more to learn. These two races are short tracks, and you can basically build any kind of car with 4 tires and a steering wheel and get it to go around here fast. So we'll see how they go at them other tracks, and then we'll decide how much we really like them.
One more thing, and I hope you don't mind me asking, but how's Kelly?
She's at home staying with my mother for a couple of days. She'll be there till middle of the week. She wanted to get some rest. The little girls will be waking her up left and right so she can sit there and get rest, get healed up. She's not supposed to lift anything for several weeks, so we're just trying to keep her out of harm's way, and Jimmy's taking care of the kids while in the time being, doing a great job.
All right, my friend, thank you so much. And this is a lot better than a couple of 3 or 4 years ago when you were here at Martinsville for one of the first times, huh?
Yeah, we wrecked our car, a lot of other people's cars. I ran into a pace car, a record. We damaged about everything but the hot dog stand, because I really like that hot dog stand, of course. I won't want to hit it, but that was a rough day. My man Tony Jr. is the guy for credit for how good his car drives. He's really worked hard.
All right, buddy, get out there and get you something to drink and see if we go back to green or not. But you look great today, and keep it up.
Thank you.
So Dale Earnhardt Jr. talking to Darrell Waltrip of Fox. They elected to go that route, so we just listened in, and we appreciate them letting us eavesdrop a bit and hear what Dale Jr. had to say, and sounded very positive on the radio. And as much as you like to make a pass for the lead and win a race in the final lap, I think you take him any way you can get him. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. climbing from the car here, and I'm sure he'd love nothing more than to see a downpour and a call by NASCAR to end the day, but I think that would be premature at this point. I think we're going to have to do a little bit of waiting out before we find out the exact status of what's going to happen with this race. What are you seeing down there, Wendy?
It seems like everybody's just taking cover. Now, it's not really pouring. It is kind of drizzling, so that's a good sign. We have lost the track at this point, so it is going to be a while before they can get back out there. But as Dale Jr. walks up, we are going to talk to him. Dale on NASCAR Hotpass. First of all, you're leading this a great time for rain, but do you really want to see it?
Sure. I can take a rain this way. I can take them any way you can get them. A win, I mean. And it looks like we might be able to break this up and get it dried off and finish this out, but we'll just have to see what NASCAR thinks.
Now, I know you were questioning Tony Jr.'s decisions with the changes on pit road, but you seem pretty happy with it now.
Yeah, I just told him he was guessing. I knew better, you know, what the car needed, but I mean, he knows what to do to it, but I know how much work to do to it. I mean, I think he goes overboard sometimes, but 90% of the times when I think that, he proves me wrong. He's made some great changes today. If you look at that race car, it's out front, it's fast, that's all him.
Now, there's a lot of NASCAR Hotpass fans watching you on the Dale Earnhardt Jr. channel. Anything you want to say to our exclusive fans right now?
Yeah, just thanks for buying Hotpass. I mean, I know my mama and my friends are all watching, and I TiVo it so I can go back and watch. But, yeah, this Hotpass thing's pretty cool, and I hope it catches on. I think the fans really enjoy it. It's a great way to watch the race.
All right, and finally, who's your toughest competition out there if we get back racing?
If not myself, pretty much everybody else. I mean, we just trying to not make any mistakes. Made a mistake, and the 20 got by me there. We had a pit crew that can get me out on pit road first. They've done a great job today. Just trying not to be our own worst enemy.
All right, good luck if you get back out there. Dale Jr. is going to take some cover. It's kind of stopped for now, which is surprising. It might have been one of those quick, heavy downpours, and we may have lost the track, but it looks like we may be able to get back out there depending if it stops or starts raining again.
You know, what I was really curious about, and it was interesting, the answer there about his biggest competition maybe himself, and certainly as good as the car has been, Wendy, it would make sense. But the one guy I kind of had my eye on was Denny Hamlin. He was so good in the early portion of this race, and then he had that pit stop problem that dropped him outside the top 10 when he came to pit road with the lead. But he's worked his way back up to 5th, and that was the guy that I was kind of concerned about and had my eye on. But Dale knows what that car's capable of, and looked pretty good there in that most recent run, didn't it?
And exactly when the 20 of Tony Stewart passed him, he came over the radio and said, man, Tony just outdrove me. So he was very honest with himself, and I think that's what he means by his biggest competition is himself. If he could just stay focused and worry about his task at hand, then it's going to be all okay. You know, it's crazy down here. When a rain delay happens, the media just kind of zooms in on all the drivers. And since Dale Jr. has the lead right now, it's pretty crowded down here. But, of course, we got dibs on Dale Jr. Got some exclusive interviews with him right as he got out of the car. And it's really a neat deal. But just watching these guys and seeing how they all react to the rain, all these crew guys are just standing around. They're talking, discussing what the weather may be doing. And it's just really a wait-and-see situation for everyone down here.
And this is always what I refer to as one of the toughest times as a driver, and certainly I've never been behind the wheel of a race car, but mentally you get in a rhythm, and this is a rhythm racetrack, and then you have to go through a waiting period before getting back in the race car and getting geared up again. I have to imagine that would be a challenge. And there you see Dale Earnhardt Jr. meeting the many media obligations, talking to Winston Kelly of the Motor Racing Network, the crew, Jeff Clark, and the gang, and you see Walt Smith talking things over. It's probably just about time to get some snacks under the red flag. And as we are under a red flag condition due to rain with 143 laps to go, let's look back at what's happened through the first 357 at Martinsville. It all started today with Denny Hamlin on the pole, but they had problems on the pit lane. This happened under their stop at lap 217. And we appreciate the folks from Fox letting us use these pictures. Dale Jr. was able to come out 3rd on that pit stop at lap 217. Took the lead away from Jeff Gordon at 236 when he had problems. And then Tony Stewart, having problems on pit road, dropped him back in the running order. The one mainstay in the last 100 laps, Dale Earnhardt Jr. out front. And you can see him here following the pace car down pit road under a red flag condition for rain. And there are the Hotpass headquarters, and there's Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking at the radar perhaps with his crew. And we were looking at the radar earlier, and I'll tell you what, it looks to me like a lot of it's blown through here, but now it's a matter of time of getting the rain through here and getting the track dry. I guess you're not too wet right now because it doesn't look like it's raining, Wendy, but a bad day to be on pit road at this stage of the game, I guess, huh?
Oh, yeah, and of course, right now with all the crew guys on pit road, we're just talking about what happened in the race, catching up with what's going on here, watching everybody react to it. It's been pretty low-key, but I was just talking to get some research on our King of the Crew, and I do want to point out our King of the Crew, if I can have Jeff follow me over here to the other side of pit wall, the rear tire carrier over on the 8 car. And Eric, I'm going to have you walk around here, but Eric Wakeland, who has been fighting the flu all weekend. He had 102 temperature earlier this weekend. He's been in the infield care center. Eric Wakeland, the rear tire carrier. When I watched your pit stops today, you were indexing that tire. When I look at the times, Walt Smith said they were some of the best times from all the crew guys today. So way to go on overcoming the flu, and we are choosing you as our King of the Crew.
Cool, thanks. Sometimes you just got to overlook everything you're going through. This morning I woke up and I just really felt bad. We had the 15 car on standby to take my spot for today. And, you know, I got up this morning, felt a little bit better as the days went on. I went to the infield care center, and they gave me some kind of drug. I don't know what it was, but it's helping, and I'm drinking a lot of fluids, so it's getting better. I'm running back and forth to the bathroom with all these fluids I'm drinking, but it's good.
Now, anybody back at home that may be watching, you want to just let them know you're feeling better now?
Yeah, all the family's back home eating Easter dinner this weekend because they're all coming down for Easter at our house down here in North Carolina next weekend. So they're all back in Plymouth, Indiana eating a good meal for Easter today. So, but I'm feeling good. I'd love to have some of that home cooking, but it's good here.
Well, you're in a good spot because you guys may win the race today, but Eric Wakeland, who's patiently waiting for it to end and to get back home. I'm curious to know if your family's watching. They can email us. Let us know how Easter dinner's going. What do you think?
I think that would be good. I think it'd be better if they just send us all some leftovers or something.
That sounds pretty good, but Eric Wakeland, he's going to have to wait till he gets home this weekend.
Eric Wakeland battling through adverse conditions to be here with us today. And as we pointed out earlier in our broadcast, the crew guys got up about 5 o'clock this morning to make the drive up here to the racetrack from Charlotte, North Carolina. And you can see crew members walking around, not using umbrellas, and that's a positive sign that the rain has moved through. You can see here the jet blowers and safety vehicles making their way around the racetrack and trying to get this half-mile facility dry so we can go back racing. And as you look at the radar right in the middle of your screen, you see Martinsville, Virginia. The heaviest of the rain appears to be through, and quite an opening behind here. So the question becomes, how quickly can you dry this racetrack? And once you get it dry, will the rain stay away long enough to be able to get this race in? And that's certainly a question that we will just have to wait and see. But it would appear right now NASCAR is content to sit and wait a while. 5 o'clock Eastern time now, and there's plenty of time to get it dry because we've been staying light here till about 7 o'clock. Now, cloud cover may cut into that, but we should have plenty of daylight if it took an hour to get this place dry, and I'm not sure if that's a realistic goal or not. But if you could get it dry in an hour, then you would have an opportunity to race an hour, and that would be just about sufficient time to get this thing wrapped up. And that's if all my daylight times are correct. So, gonna burn some jet fuel now, Wendy, as we try to get this thing dry here at Martinsville. If you did not join us off the top of our show today, Dale Earnhardt Jr. started in the 8th position. Ran good on the first run of the afternoon, was up to 6th. Made his first pit stop of the day at lap 40. Came in 6th. Went out in the 4th position. Stayed 4th on that. He went out 6th, but was able to get up to 4th on the next run. Pitted at lap 92. Came in 4th. Went out 4th. Pitted at lap 153. A 13.6 second stop got him up to 2nd. He would get to 3rd when he pitted at lap 217, took the lead at 236, and he now leads under the red flag at lap 357. Wendy?
Well, the cool thing about rain delays is we get to get a little bit more insight into the 8 team, and so I've gone around and picked out the guys I want to talk to. Jeff Clark, who's the gas man for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Now, Jeff is here on the weekends, on Sundays, but more importantly, you have a pretty big business that has taken off in Charlotte, the Cycle Exchange. Tell us about your custom chopper business.
We've got a custom motorcycle shop in Matthews there. We do service on regular Harleys, batteries, tire changes, oil changes, but then we also do the upscale stuff, engine performance work, and then custom fabrication. That's what we're really into now, custom fab work and really building some nice bikes.
Now, you're well known throughout the garage area. How'd you go from working on Nextel Cup teams to now building bikes?
All through my career in NASCAR, bikes were always my passion. We were always into the choppers, performance hot rod bikes in the garage area. Worked on a lot of guys' bikes, and over the years, just had the passion one day to open a shop, and it finally came true.
All right, talk about, I know May's just around the corner, which means Bike Week for us bikers out there in Myrtle Beach. Are you getting ready for that, getting geared up for Bike Week?
We are. We're getting ready for that. We've got a lot of nice bikes we put on the floor. Also, right now in a project with our Budweiser teammate in NHRA, Brandon Bernstein. We've got a really neat project going together for him. Really excited about putting his custom bike together and just see what this brings to us. And also another customer came in who did a real sharp chopper. about 4 or 5 bikes. Come see us at Matthews, Wendy. Come down and check us out.
I know, I have been there before. I do want to look at I need to come check it out again, quite honestly. But I really want to know, how do you fit in the time? How do you do this on Sundays? How do you do your custom chopper business? How does it all work out?
It's like anything. You got to want it. You got to have a passion for it. Racing consumes you. The bikes also is a big time commitment. And then 2 kids. So try and juggle a lot of things in there. But if you love things, you'll pursue them. You know how it is. You'll chase it.
All right, that's Jeff Clark, Gasman at Dale Earnhardt Jr., who also doubles with his own custom bike shop.
Busy guy indeed, and I think it gives you a little bit of insight to what's happening behind the scenes with these guys. And you know what happens when the rain comes, you get hungry. I always said you always put on more weight at the racetrack on a weekend when it rains, because what do you do when it rains? You go eat snacks. The hot dog lines forming up here at the Martinsville Speedway. And you know, we were talking to Jeff Clark there. He lives in Charlotte, North Carolina. He spent 18 years going over the wall in the Nextel Cup Series. Started out with the Robert Yates guys as a jackman, and been with DEI since 1998, working with Steve Park and Dale Earnhardt Jr. And Tuesday through Saturday, busy at a shop of a different kind, but on the weekends, he really gets it done here. Now we're going to have an opportunity to visit with some of the guys on NASCAR Hotpass today. Phil Parsons and Pat Patterson covering
guys.
the 31 today. What's up, Pat?
Hey, Adam.
Hey,
guys. How's it going? Good. Hey, you guys are having a pretty good day, huh?
You know, I'll tell you what, Phil, I think the general consensus in the garage area today was if you put 3 or 4 teams in a hat, the 8 would have been one of them you would have tried to pull out to be a winner today, and they really have not disappointed. They haven't had to make too many adjustments, and it's been a pretty solid race car throughout the day.
Boy, it sure has. You guys have been awfully good, and obviously when Tony Stewart had a little bit of trouble on pit road, he hasn't got the track position back, and Kevin Harvick was a good car. He broke a fuel pump cable, and you guys have been able to capitalize, but you've had a great car all day. And the big question is, we talking to our guys, Scott Miller and Jeff Burton, if we get back to racing, you guys elected to stay out just like we did on this most recent caution flag. We're probably all going to have to come to pit road, aren't we?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think one more time, you know, certainly from a fuel standpoint, and I think after staying out, you know, like they had those last couple of cautions, you would come here, because I think at that time you'd probably have a little better feel for what the weather's going to do. But what a tough situation to be played in from a crew chief's perspective. Do you come or do you stay out? It's really a tough call to make when there's weather involved, isn't there, Phil?
It really is. You know, Scott Miller was kind of beating himself up a little bit about the call. It's kind of a catch-22. You know, we decide to stay out. The only one car in front of us, the 5, decides to come in, but everybody behind us came in. They really just couldn't believe that, because everybody knew that weather was threatening. It looked like the rain was coming any moment now, and I really thought it was the right call, and I'm not sure it's not the right call long term, but it will put us at a little bit of a disadvantage if we go back to racing and we decide to pit along with you guys and everybody else that didn't pit on that last caution flag. Then the guys that did are going to have track position over us. But again, it's a catch-22. Sometimes you make the right call, and circumstances just don't allow it to work out for you.
Yeah,
Phil, I had a question for you, Phil or Pat. It has to do basically with RCR engines, with Kevin Harvick having that fuel pump cable issue. Has the 31 had any complaints about that? We know Tony Stewart had the same exact problem last week at Bristol, and Danny Lawrence did talk to Joe Gibbs Racing last week about that fuel pump cable that they have broke in the past. So I know it's an issue with these Chevrolet engines. Is this something we should be watching?
Well, you know, Wendy, it is. We talked to Richard Childress just a few minutes ago, and he didn't know exactly where the cable problem was, but he did allude to the fact that this is the same problem they had in Las Vegas in practice, which we had talked to Scott Miller about that this morning. So, you know, it certainly is an issue, and it seems like it's happening more and more with these cars. So I'm thinking somebody's going to address that problem here pretty quick. So we'll see how all that happens. Hey, listen, guys, thanks a lot, and good luck the rest of the way here. We're going to get this racetrack going here and get going again.
Sounds good, guys. So under the red flag in Martinsville, Virginia, and it's Dale Earnhardt Jr. showing the way and talking a little bit of strategy there with the guys in Jeff Burton's camp. Phil Parsons, Pat Patterson. And we really have got a situation where there will be some decisions to be made when we go back under the caution flag. But what about this? You know, Dale Earnhardt Jr., we talked about the climb that he's been on since those 2 disappointing finishes to start the year. 32nd and 40th to start the season. He was back running as far as 40th in the points following California. And in 3+ races, he's up to 10th in the points after starting the day here today, 17th. Now, a lot can happen over the course of the end of this race, but that's a pretty solid stat at this stage of the game, Wendy.
And how excited he was. He said it was cool that he had jumped 24 spots in 3 races. We'll talk about this jump even more significantly because it's higher up in points now, putting him in the top 10. It's an awesome day for Dale Jr. if it were to end today, right now.
How does the track look, Wendy? Because I know that we got significant rain, but it wasn't for a very long period of time, and they've been out there working the track for a little while now. What's the update from what you can see?
Yeah, the jet dryers have been going around, and of course pace cars are making their laps trying to get it. And it looks like that bottom groove, I mean, it's starting to come back in, but again, it takes about 45 minutes to an hour to dry, at least to dry a track. So we know it's going to be some time before they get back racing. It's just a matter if any more rain starts to fall is key. But I will tell you, the sky has definitely cleared up. It is completely different than it was 30 minutes ago. It's clear, and I'm not going to say it's sunny, but that big gray cloud that was hovering over turns 1 and 2 has now started to move away. So that is a good sign for us.
Well, it's always positive when there's clear sky, and hopefully the jet blowers, as you can see them go by in your screen, will get the job done. And we'll have an opportunity to go back racing again. Another thing that will help get this track dry, if you look at the top of your screen, the wind blowing significantly. That would be out of the south from turns 1 and 2 to turns 3 and 4. And that will help the track as well.
Not to interrupt you, Adam, but all the drivers have been called back to their cars.
Great.
That's an awesome sign.
That is a good sign. Yes, indeed. And from our pictures, and it's hard to tell the color and on the screen here, but it would appear that the track is fairly dry from what we're looking at here. And if they're calling the drivers to their cars, that would be an indication that we are close to making the action happen once again.
Right, and it is starting to dry. But again, when they get out there, they're going to use these cars that are out there to help dry the track as well. So, of course, they won't go green right away. It will be a few laps under caution, try and warm up the track and dry it up a little bit more.
Well, the heat from the exhaust of these cars is one of the great ways to dry the track. And you don't want to put them out there, obviously, when the track's completely wet. But when it's just a little damp, one of the best ways to put heat in a racetrack and to dry it out is to put the cars out there, because you can nearly circle the whole track when you got 43 out there at a time.
And absolutely, and that's exactly what NASCAR has in mind too. And with this cloud moving away from turns 1 and 2 and starting to clear up, I think that is the end of the rain. I think we will see this race go on today.
Yeah, there's a huge window behind us. Wendy talked about the fact that the skies are lightening on the racetrack, and it does even appear a bit of sunshine hitting things down in turn 1 as Dale Earnhardt Jr. starts to get back into his car. And now the mental refocus period begins.
Talk about that for a driver. I mean, you're in there and you're on your A game. All of a sudden, the weather definitely puts a damper on things. No pun intended. But you step out and you're not really sure how long it's going to be before you have to get back in that focus. I mean, with 500 laps to run and taking a break in between, we have seen in times past where drivers get back in the car and they're just not the same they were in race conditions right before that rain delay. So we're hoping, and I'm confident Dale Jr. will hop right back in there leading this race and knowing that he has the car to beat.
Well, the last time they pitted was lap 308. 357 laps on the board here, and we talked to Phil Parsons and Pat Patterson about what the exact strategy would be when we get back to a caution flag situation. And do you pit here or do you elect to wait? And pitting here would certainly give up some track position, so we'll wait and see what happens once the signal is given to refire the engines and start making laps once again. Top 10 as we look at a restart situation. Dale Earnhardt Jr., as we've talked about, leads. Jimmy Johnson is second. Clint Boyer is third. Jeff Gordon fourth, and Denny Hamlin, who's really been marching through the field after an issue on pit road, would restart fifth if they restart like they sit under the red flag. Tony Stewart sixth, seventh to Jamie McMurray, eighth for Kyle Busch, ninth for Jeff Burton, and 10th would be Ryan Newman. So we have an email question, and let's go ahead and get to that. This email question coming from Bear, Delaware. Delaware, one of the great racing states, will be at Dover in a couple of months. And Mike and Heather watching today in Bear, Delaware. And their question is, Wendy, what is Tony Eury Jr. looking at and monitoring when he sets up on the pit box during a race?
Well, it's a great question, and sometimes they don't always want you to see what they're monitoring up here, but it's pretty easy today. You look like, walk through what you're looking at, beginning with the radar.
Well, the first computer here, we got a radar, and my engineer, H.A. Mergen, he pretty much takes all the race notes and does when we pit, what our adjustments were. These other two computers are basically timing and scoring with live feed, and the one up in the upper corner is basically a fuel mileage program. It tells us how long we can go on fuel, when our pit window is, how early we can stop, how late we can stop, and that's pretty much it. I mean, we all got these little Nextel fan views, so we can, it's just like before we had the direct TV pass, that's what we had to use. So, there's a little bit of stuff going on up here, and you can kind of see over, but pretty much that's it.
How can you keep that all? That's an awful lot to be watching at once.
It is a lot. That's why you got to have people around you to kind of help you, and HA does a great job, and just kind of keeps my head to where I can just look at the tires, work with Ray, work with HA. Everybody's got their own little job. I'm just kind of overseer, just making sure I can kind of put it all together.
And at the same time, you're making some pretty detrimental calls at times. I know Junior questioned you today, and now he came back on the radio after that and said, you know what, you made the right changes.
Yeah, I mean, you can get behind real easy if you make the wrong adjustment, and you got to take that adjustment out, but you've also got to correct one. So that's kind of what we did, and he thinks we're doing a lot to the car, and we're really not. So he gets over anxious the way when his car's real good, but I don't blame him.
All right, will you tell us your secret? Are you going to pit when we get back racing here? What's the pit strategy going to be?
No, I'm not going to pit when I go back green. I mean, the 35 laps you're sitting here with tires, we need to go about 70. If we make it to 380, we can go the rest of the way, and that's what you're doing. You're trying to keep your track position to lap 400. Once you get lap 400, it's game on from there. So we're going to stay out right here, see if we can make it another 30 laps. Caution comes out, we'll pit, and we'll be done.
All right, thanks, Tony. And 380, you heard it, the magic number for Tony Eury Jr.
Dr. H.A. Mergen, the man who flanks Tony Jr. to his left side and helps keep abreast of all the monitors and stats that are going on up top. And a race summary, 357 laps complete. There have been 7 different leaders, combining for 12 lead changes on the day, 57 caution laps with 10 total cautions on the afternoon, 1 red flag, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been in the lead since he passed Jeff Gordon at lap 2:35. So that's where we stand now. The teams have just gotten their drivers saddled back up, and I believe in the background I heard the jet blower shutting down, and that would be an indication it's just about time to refire the engines and get set to go back under a caution flag condition. And just as I say that, I see on one of our monitors here one of the jet blowers is still out doing some work, so it may be a little more time before we have an opportunity to send the drivers back out on the racetrack. Some of the drivers that entered today in good standing in the Nextel Cup points who have not been able to make hay here at Martinsville. Kevin Harvick had issues earlier, as we talked about, under the red flag. He currently sits 43 laps down in the 41st position. Dave Blaney, who is with us on NASCAR Hotpass, one of our Hotpass hot shots, currently sitting 38. They've had problems today. He's 14 laps down. Greg Biffle, a driver many people have thought would compete for a championship this season, is 6 laps down in 35th. He's battled brake problems throughout the day. Johnny Sauter had a good qualifying run, but it's not been a good day for him. He currently sits 31st, 3 laps down to the field. Other than that, some of the guys that you thought would be at the front are there. Dale Earnhardt Jr., certainly a name that we've talked about. Jimmy Johnson, who's won twice this year, 2nd in the race. Jeff Gordon, the point leader, coming in, currently 4th on the board. Pole sitter Denny Hamlin's been good today, had a pit issue, but he's currently 5th. Tony Stewart, another guy that's always good at Martinsville, in the 6th position. So no major surprises here at Martinsville today. And we hope there aren't many surprises the rest of the way, and our guy Dale Jr. can stay where he is right now, and that's leading the field. We talked about the driver and his reaction to a red flag, and you got to get back mentally and physically focused. But you know, there's going to be at least one more significant pit stop, maybe more than that, depending on what the caution flags do. And Tony Jr. and all the guys that go over the wall, they've got to get refocused as well here, Wendy, because this thing far from being over from their perspective as well.
Adam, we were just talking to Jade Gerst. We're checking in with the team. So repeat what you just said.
I was just saying how it's a challenge for the drivers in this situation, mentally and physically, to get back where they need to be, but for the crew as well, because they're going to have at least one more significant pit stop today.
Oh, yeah, and it would be a key pit stop because we heard Tony Uri say that it would be the last one of the day. So, I mean, a guy like Eric Wakeland, who's fighting the flu all weekend long, he has one more stop just when he thought the day was going to be over with the rain to be on his A game, and it could be key with Dale Jr. leading the race. If it came down to a green flag stop, we know Tony Jr. said that they're not going to pit. They are going to go back out there racing. They're not going to pit right away. So could be a green flag stop when we're forced to come down pit road, and that could be key to winning the race.
So 357 laps is what we have completed as they fired the engines, and it won't be long before they pull back out on the racetrack. We talked about the significant jump that Dale Earnhardt Jr. has made in the Nextel Cup point standings since race 2 of the year. And he's all the way up to 10th. We look at the top 12 because those are the drivers that would be eligible for the chase for the Nextel Cup at the end of 26 races. Jeff Gordon leads Jeff Burton by 30 points in the standings. Jimmy Johnson with 2 wins on the year back in 3rd. Matt Kenseth not having a great day today, currently 17th on the board here at Martinsville, 4th in points. And Clint Boyer completes the top 5. Kyle Busch with that win a week ago at Bristol, currently 6th in the standings. Denny Hamlin, our pole sitter today, riding 5th in today's race. He's a member of the NASCAR Hotpass Brigade today here at Martinsville. He's 7th in the standings, 185 points out of the lead. Tony Stewart is 8th, Carl Edwards is 9th, and then there you see him, Dale Earnhardt Jr. going from 17th to 10th so far today in the point standings. And we hope as this day goes on he can pick up even more, but quite a rebound to get back in the top 10 in 3+ races. And I think confidence would be restored for this race team, especially when you look at the tracks coming up with the COT car, because this team certainly appears to have the COT thing going pretty well right now, Wendy.
Yeah, we do want to check in with the guys on pit road one more time. This is Brian Chase, the Jack Man. They call him Hootie. But Brian, talk about what you're doing on pit road. You're preparing it now that the rain fell on pit road. I see you out here with the broom. You more are very worried about getting around the car with the jack. So tell us what you're doing to prepare it.
I can't hear you. You got to speak up.
Tell us what you're doing to prepare pit road.
We're just trying to get pit road dry. It's pretty slick out here, and if pits open up, you know, we're going to go ahead and you might see a lot of people come. It's real slippery out here, so we're just trying to get it dried off as best we can with what we got.
All right, and thank you, Brian. That's key. And I do want to talk to Danny Earnhardt Sr. since we talked to him throughout the show, talked about him throughout the show all day long. Danny, we talked about you guys. We followed your story. Your son, Danny Jr., is now on the pit crew. How special is that to have your whole family involved still on the A team?
Well, it's good to have your family involved in whatever you're doing. Keep people around you that you know and trust. It's just good to have family, you know what I mean?
Now, you got to be pretty proud that your son's now over here. And we actually had an email question, so we were able to give Danny Jr. some props with helping out those left side tires.
Yeah, he's blowing the left front, which helps a lot, keeps the dust out of the tire changer's eyes, so he's doing a good job at that.
All right, does Dale Jr. have it? Is he going to win it? I think he's pretty tough today.
I hope so.
All right, you've seen it played out many times, though, Danny Jr. and Danny Sr. here in the 8 pit, waiting to see how it's all going to play out when we go back green.
Well, and he's a veteran, you know, and the one thing that's kind of neat about seeing he and his son, and I was with this 8 crew at California, is the difference in attitudes. You know, Danny Junior still has that youth and exuberance, the excitement of being involved and the anticipation of everything. You're not going to put too much past Danny Sr. He's seen just about everything, and so he's a little bit more laid back and less keyed up than the younger Danny Earnhardt. But it's good to see those two working together, and I'm sure a lot of good conversations around the dinner table at the Danny Earnhardt family meals about the things that they've seen at the racetrack over the course of not only this season but recent years at the race shop and so on.
And how much that organization has grown. I remember when you used to go down what they now call Highway 3 in Mooresville. But before that, when it was just a farmhouse, and Kelly, Dale's sister, worked out of the farmhouse in the office, and it was such, it's funny when you see it grow and how big it's become. And Dale Sr.'s dream of what he envisioned that DEI could be and what it has become. And definitely Dale Jr.'s holding the reins of that and making his dad proud, I know.
You know, one of the things we've talked a lot about today is grip, and I'm not sure what's sitting the car, how the car will react while it sits under the red flag, but the pressures in these cars looked incredibly low. We saw a shot of Dale Jr.'s left front tire, I believe it was, and also Jeff Gordon's left front tire, and the pressure's very, very low as we get set to go back under the green flag here. It helps with grip. Be interesting to see how that helps or hurts Dale here under the green flag, Wendy. So the drivers circulating under the caution flag. The 10th time we've been under caution today. A brief red flag for a rain shower here at Martinsville. The radar looks all clear behind us. And 140 laps are what remain in the Goody's Cool Orange 500 at Martinsville. And it looks like we're going to have an opportunity to get this one in. Now, Tony Eury Jr. said it's a no-brainer right now. We're going to stay out, maintain the track position, but the crew is on the wall. We'll continue to watch and see how they react to see if strategies change since we last talked to Tony Jr.
Yeah, we'll see if he's really given us the card and shown us his hand, but he does say they are going to stay out. But the crew, of course, has all their equipment ready to go in case Tony Jr. does make a last-minute decision. But really, it's all up to Dale Jr. coming down pit road. I think if he comes, people follow him, and if he doesn't and he's left out on his own, it could leave him hanging high and dry, which is what we don't want to see. So I do see the 48 team. They are on pit wall, and they could possibly be ready for a pit stop as well.
The 48 came, Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin coming down pit road as well. So a couple of those guys running in the top 5 have elected to come down for service here at lap 361. Dale Jr. maintaining the track position and staying on the track.
Now this is what Tony Jr. did not want to see. He didn't want to see the people behind him come down pit road. They were ready, but of course with them being the lead car, they have to make that choice. So Chad Knaus on the 48, crew chief for Jimmy Johnson, is making a call that we're going to have to wait and see if it pays off or not.
Matt Kenseth, another one of the drivers who came down pit road here. They do so at lap 361. Right now we're showing 21 cars on the lead lap. So that means those guys
coming
are
on the bottom, Jen, 1 to go.
Not going to have track position, but they may not have to stop again. And how many times do you see it? Strategy playing out at a short track. We're ready after a brief red flag period to go back under the green flag. The lap down cars a pull to the inside of leader Dale Earnhardt Jr. And we are just about ready to go. Now Kyle Busch will restart 6th, but he's been to pit road, I believe, and had his service, or he didn't come here, but he came just a handful of laps ago. So a number of storylines we'll be watching here in the latter stages. But right now we'll concentrate on the leader as we go back under the green flag with what will be 137 remaining.
Green flag, clear low.
Those cars that came down, Jimmy Johnson in that bunch, restarted 15th on back. Denny Hamlin restarted 16th.
And I just saw Clint Boyer get knocked out of the way. So Clint, who was running second, but I was glad to see that those other guys around Dale Jr. stayed out. Clint Boyer, Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, all those guys electing to stay out this time.
Well, when we get a caution in the next 30 laps or so, Junior could come in for his final stop of the day, and he's going to have much fresher tires than these guys that have come down now.
And for the first time, Adam, the sun has popped up over turns 1 and 2, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays into strategy with adjustments, because the sun coming out and the adverse conditions we've had with weather could make a big difference.
Well, this team did a lot of race trim stuff here on Friday when there wasn't a cloud in the sky, but yesterday when Dale was quick in that final practice session, a lot of cloud cover here, and so this track being sensitive, like so many others with weather, will be something we'll have to keep our eye on as the afternoon continues. Monitoring the progress of those guys who came down pit road. Jimmy Johnson restarted 15th, and he's only been able to pick up one spot, he and Denny Hamlin. So while tires are important, it appears track position the name of the game, and we'll see what those tires mean over the course of a long run here.
It's all about getting an edge on your competition, though. Chad Knaus is making a gutsy call, and so is the 11 with Denny Hamlin coming down pit road. So it'd be interesting to talk to that 11 pod and see how they feel about coming down pit road when no one else did.
Well, and you know, the one thing that we should point out is the very thing that Dale Earnhardt Jr. said during the red flag. When you ask him what's your biggest competition, he said himself. Maybe some of the other guys in the race feel that same way, and therefore they think the only way we're going to beat this guy is to do something different, and that's why maybe they elect to come down in this circumstance.
And we have just found out that Dale Jr. has led the most laps at 126 laps for Dale Jr. So a good feat for today at Martinsville.
And he's going to lead plenty more. A 1.2 second advantage over second place Jeff Gordon. And it's going to be a little bit of time before he has to start working the lap traffic. Good battle top right of your screen. That's for the 5th spot. Jamie McMurray and Kyle Busch going at it.
And Adam, this is by far the best outing for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Since the season has started. With his first top 10 last weekend at Bristol, we talked about that team working up the momentum and getting to where they wanted to be. But this is definitely where they wanted to be coming into Martinsville, leading the race towards the end of it. And this team's definitely turning around for the better.
Looks good.
Top right of your screen.
Color.
Battle for ninth. A couple of guys we don't see in the top 10 all the time. Tony Raines and Juan Pablo Montoya.
Rotors look good, no color, Dale Jr.
Here
We
I'm talking
we talked about braking here at Martinsville, and brakes are going to be key. When we talked with the A-team, their biggest concern in practice was brakes. Of course, they had that brake rotor that warped in practice yesterday. Tony Jr. was able to figure out the problem, get it fixed. But of course, that's always on Dale Jr.'s mind going into this race now. Watch the brake rotor. So that's why he keeps asking for feedback, how they look. And what they mean by no color is that usually they'll get that bright orange color if they're starting to get too hot, and it looks, we have an accident. Tony Raines at the wall.
Caution is out, Jenny. Got to spin in 1 and 2. Cars up high.
We were just talking about Tony Raines. What a great day he was having. Racing Juan Montoya for position. And Raines, who was in the top 10, now will find himself well back in the field, and he'll be there with a damaged race car.
You know, I do want to make a note. There are a lot of banged up race cars down here, and the 8 of Dale Jr., not a scratch on him. It looks great.
Open. Hit.
Pits are open. Pits are open. We're coming this time, Jen. 4,300.
Like Juan Montoya, as you saw the replay, top right of your screen, got into Tony Raines. More importantly, Dale Jr. coming to pit road could be the final stop of the day, depending on how things pan out.
Five away.
right here. Whoa. Go straight, straight.
Well, another good stop.
Cars coming. You just pull on down the racetrack. There you go. Nice stop, guys. Got 4 more cars coming, June.
And now we'll just have to wait and see where he cycles
right
out.
there, buddy.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. has relinquished the lead coming to pit road. We'll update his status when we return. You're watching NASCAR Hot Pass.
Cosmo readers have discovered a secret to head-turning hair. Surprise! It's Head & Shoulders shampoo. Because the secret to truly healthy hair is a healthy scalp. Head & Shoulders formula contains 6 times the moisturizers for your scalp and hair, leaving it smooth, silky, and 100% flake-free. No wonder 80% of Cosmo readers would choose Head & Shoulders for head-turning hair. Truly healthy hair starts at the scalp.
What do we have here? Laminate.
Thomasville Jatoba hardwood with satin smooth finish.
Very nice. Class, I want you to see what happens when you go beyond just reading the instructions. Well done.
Suck up.
Convenience and innovation are everywhere on the new F-Series Super Duty. In some places they're obvious, like the all-new redesigned interior. In other places, they're not so obvious, like this, tailgate step, only on the new Super Duty. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
Everyone wants to know more about Denny Hamlin. Scott Adams from Louisville, Kentucky writes, "Hey, FedEx, Denny has a lot of fans. How does he find the time to write back to all of them?"
Sincerely, Denny Hamlin.
Sincerely? Isn't that a little impersonal?
How about your buddy Denny?
Best wishes, with all the love in my heart.
Sincerely works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I get the love handles, double chin, and some blubber?
Do you want the double blubber?
Sure.
And I'll have the same thing, but instead of the blubber, can I get some fender thighs and a badonkadonk butt?
Please drive around.
When you get greasy fast food, what are you really getting? Introducing the new Subway Fresh Fit Meals with new better-for-you sides and drinks. The new Subway Fresh Fit Meals fit into the American Heart Association's approach to a healthy lifestyle. Subway, eat fresh.
NASCAR Hot Pass back at Martinsville under caution for the 11th time. Juan Montoya battling Tony Raines. Nudges him, sends him into the outside wall. Tough break for Raines. Both those drivers running in the top 10. That was a battle for position. 119 laps to go. Dale Jr. was able to get his service there. He'll restart in the 9th position, so he loses 8 spots and some ground to make up here, Wendy, in the final stages of this race.
Yeah, because of them being off pit sequence with the 11 and the 48, of course, they pitted when we started back, but they're going back green. Dale Jr. will make it up very easily, I think.
Dale Jr. restarting in the outside lane. The driver you see in front of him, David Reagan. That is a driver for position who is in the 8th spot. Got to sort through the lap traffic as well. The guy currently riding 3rd is Denny Hamlin. And we're going to talk to the guys over in Pod 4 covering Hamlin, Rick Allen and Ray Dunlap.
We are curious about this new pit strategy that you guys just took on. Why did you not come in about 17 laps ago?
Well, the thought process, I think, was to make sure they were in the window and to not relinquish the lead there. And you know, really, I think, Rick, a situation where they only lost 8 positions. And if Dale Jr.'s car is as good now as it has been throughout the day, I think they'll be okay. And I'll let Wendy chime in here about the call as well.
Well, I don't think they were banking on that caution coming out right away. Tony Jr.'s call was to stay out when they went back green after the rain delay. And then the next caution they planned on pitting, and it just happened so close to one another that I don't think it really panned out how it was supposed to. But Dale Jr.'s been so strong that I have all the confidence in the world he's going to pass these cars through traffic.
Well, let me tell you guys something. You made a tactical error right there. We came in and pitted on lap 361, and we've got enough fuel to go the distance, and we are going to have the track position. And I think they made a bad call. I think you got to get in your window and pit as soon as you can, because it's so doggone hard to pass here at Martinsville.
Well, we appreciate, Adam, we appreciate you guys coming over and chatting with us a little bit. We'll find out which strategy works the best.
We'll radio to Dale Jr. and tell him to wave on the way by. All right, guys? So you see top right, the battle for the lead among teammates Kyle Busch and Jimmy Johnson.
I like that, Adam. You can smack talk back to him. That's right.
Well, and you know, the other thing is, if there were 50 laps to go, it'd be one thing. I think the big picture in this thing is there are 112 laps to go. We're going to see the caution flag again. There's going to be plenty of opportunity to get up there and race those guys. I really believe there's plenty of time left right now.
I absolutely disagree with Ray Dunlap, but that's no surprise. But with 112 laps of racing, we all know it's difficult to get around Martinsville, but Dale Jr. has the car to beat today, and that's clearly been the case the last couple hundred laps. So he's working through traffic. He's going to make Tony Jr.'s call, make it the right one by getting out front.
And you know, on the other side of that scenario, you can be critical all you want. I thought Ray was a little over the line, but when if Dale Jr. does come to pit road there, and the example that you throw out happens, and we don't get a caution for 50 laps, you know those other guys aren't going to follow Dale Jr. down pit road, and all of a sudden the strategy swings the other way. This was the absolute safest way to play it with a really good race car, which is what Dale Jr. has.
And this is what NASCAR is all about. It's about strategy. It's not only about what happens on the track. It's about the decisions being made atop these pit boxes. Tony Eury Jr. making that call. He's going to stick by his guns, and Dale Jr. is going to do his job by working his way back up front.
Dale currently being scored in the 9th position. Clint Boyer the only driver in front of him, and I think the other thing you can't lose sight here is, you know, the bad luck that this team has faced throughout the first 5 races of the year. It took them to Bristol to overcome that and get their first top 10. And that's the kind of bad luck this team has faced. Back-to-back top 10s at this stage of the season wouldn't be bad for a team who has faced the adversity this 8 team has. So while they have a great race car and you want to win, you got to make something out of it, and they're doing everything they can to do that here today.
Absolutely, I agree with that, Adam. And I'm standing here, obviously, in the 8 pit watching turns 1 and 2. And man, it is awfully crowded. Guys are getting up on the wheel a whole lot more than I saw before the rain delay. I don't know if it was that rain and getting out of the car, but when these guys got back in these cars and we got back to racing, man, they're all on the wheel, and they're definitely beating and banging out here now.
Dale Jr. trying to get around Ricky Rudd. This would be a pass for position. That's the 8th spot on the line. You see it top left of your screen. Junior, no problems flashing by Ricky.
Clear.
Next guy, he'll go around Clint Boyer. That would be the battle for 7th. If he can get in the top 5 with 80 to go, with the cautions we'll see, and as good as that race car is, he's going to be fine. Matt Kenseth, another driver battling for position. So Dale Earnhardt Jr. as far back as he's been in the running order in a while, but a strong car, and he's going to the front.
To get more maximum payload for the new Ford Super Duty, we gave it a rigid frame and 8-inch longer leaf springs, which pushed the payload up to more than 3 tons. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
The phenomenon you are about to experience,
Folks are worried that this is a plane.
Has no explanation and no warning.
We need to evacuate this town.
It's too late for that.
The Reaping. Rated R. Starts April 5th.
This is Duralast. Brakes built to exceed the need.
Built to last, Duralast.
Torture tested to ensure maximum stopping power. Get the brakes built to exceed the need.
Built to last, Duralast.
Only at AutoZone.
When Dollar Millionaires travel, it's intense. But while they do skip the hotel rooms, they don't go anywhere without the decadent Dollar Menu fare. Trendy.
Hey, Jimmy, need a little help? Sure. You know what else would be good?
Cobalt tools are so comfortable.
Let me use that screwdriver. No.
You just don't want to quit working.
Yeah. What do you think? Great tools.
Cobalt, the next generation of tough tools.
Well, anything else we can do? There's always my wife's car.
Available exclusively at Lowe's.
They pick up precious seconds, pick up laps, and pick up our hearts. Enterprise salutes NASCAR for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
For 4 days this year, the pulse of Kansas City will quicken because the world's best racers bring their high-speed skills to Kansas Speedway. Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, Danica Patrick, Casey Kane, Carl Edwards. They know what it takes to run in front at Kansas Speedway. Call 866-460-RACE or visit racetickets.com to get your 4-race season ticket package, including the chase for the NASCAR Nextel Cup race, and become a part of the power of Kansas Speedway.
Fox tomorrow.
Move your men in now.
A fight for power.
I won't let you steal the presidency.
But what happens next?
The end justifies the means.
No one will see coming.
Do it.
24. Viewer discretion advised. All new tomorrow at 9, 8 Central on Fox.
NASCAR Hotpass back at Martinsville. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is rallied to 7th and looking for more. And don't forget, baseball fans, the Strike Zone channel makes its debut this week on DirecTV. It all starts tomorrow on channel 733 at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Strike Zone will take you around the major league games, game to game, and the most critical times of the game, the key pitches, the clutch hits, and the defensive gems, all on the Strike Zone channel. Part of the new Major League Baseball Extra Innings Super Fan Package. Make sure to tune in all this week for the free preview of MLB Extra Innings and MLB Super Fan. It's all week long. A free preview on DirecTV channels 732 through 749. Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. up to 6th. He's gotten around Clint Boyer and starting to set his eyes on the top 5, J.J. Yaley, and doing all this with still more than 90 laps remaining. Things looking good for driver 8, Wendy.
And I think it made his job a little bit harder here when we went back green after that pit stop. But you know what? Dale Jr., that's exactly what he loves to do. This is where he thrives on, passing cars, getting to the front. And man, it'd only be, that's not as good of a story if it was so easy for us. So it's cool to see Dale Jr. work traffic the way he is. He's about to do it around J.J. Yaley as too. He's going to be back up front in no time.
So this move here to put Jr. back in the top 5. You see this battle being covered on Fox as well. And there you see the onboard camera, the bottom of your screen. Bye-bye, J.J. Yaley, Dale Earnhardt Jr. into the top 5. Next car he will go after would be Jeff Gordon. Now, of the cars you see in front of Dale Jr. on the racetrack as far as timing and scoring is concerned, Jimmy Johnson leads. Kyle Busch is 2nd, Denny Hamlin is 3rd, and Jeff Gordon in the 4th position. Really the only guy that's appeared to be better than Jr. today at any other stage of the race was Denny Hamlin. But he has not been as good as the early stages since they had that pit issue and lost the track position. And now you get in a circumstance while Junior's been good on the long run, at some point you're probably going to need a caution here to tighten this field back up and give them a little bit of an advantage to go after these guys in a track position situation. Right now Dale Jr.'s got a lot of lap traffic to work through before he can get up and race these guys for the lead. And And then the other question would be, if we get another caution, do you pit again? And if you do, you got to like your chances, because the 8 car's been making up spots on the pit lane all day long.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure if we will see them come down pit road again. Everybody's in their fuel window where they can't go the rest of the way. So it's just a matter of what kind of calls are made on top of the pit boxes. But I think it's been overlooked, the COT in this race. I know it was a big hype at Bristol, but we have not seen any issues with the new COT here at Martinsville today. And I'm curious to know, with the carbon monoxide, I think that was an issue at Bristol, and being such a bowl, fishbowl shape that Bristol is, I wonder what the drivers' reactions are going to be following the race today.
You see the crew relaxed, top left of your screen. Dale Jr. with a view of his teammate, Martin Truex Jr. out his rear bumper here. You know, Wendy, you talked about do you come or not if there's another caution here. And I think the thing that says no at this stage of the game is the fact that there are 20 cars on the lead lap. Some guys are going to come, certainly those guys at the tail end of the lead lap, but running in the top 5, I'm not sure that there's a scenario right now that would allow those guys to have another pit stop, unless there was a major issue, and you certainly hope you wouldn't see it.
Unfortunately, tires have not been an issue at Martinsville. We haven't seen any kind of tire troubles with anyone up and down pit road. So even though Dale Jr. is working through traffic and he's using up some of his rubber, we do know that it's not going to hurt the car, and the tires have not been an issue. So Goodyear did a good job by bringing the right compound here.
And throughout the day, he's been very good on the long run, something else we like to see at this stage of the game. And here's
The Cure, Sprint Mobile Broadband. It works in twice the cities of Singular's Broadband Connect, so you can be you again. Get a free Sprint card. Visit sprint.com/mobile broadband.
Sprint. Power up. Before you order your next beer, consider this. Budweiser still goes to the expense of Beechwood aging, an original old world style of lagering. And Budweiser cares enough to own and maintain world-renowned hop farms. A perfect choice in every corner bar, in every corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
No matter where you are, no matter how fast you go, what's inside will show everything. Every car, every driver, every ding and dent will be different with this.
Different.
Look. Wow. It's amazing. It's the mirrors.
HDTV powered by DLP. See how millions of tiny mirrors make the picture amazing.
Get a $50 mail-in rebate on HDTVs powered by DLP today at Amazon.com.
Anyone can rock it on a Saturday. Give me something to look forward to on a Wednesday. Give me a half rack of ribs and a full rack of napkins. Give me a cedar seared salmon that only tastes expensive. Give me smaller portions and prices so I can rock it any day I want. Give me more Fridays.
The dream is still alive. Someday it will come true. And this country, it belongs to folks like me and you. So let the voice of freedom sing out through this land. This is our country.
The all-new Chevy Silverado, the 2007 Motor Trend Truck of the Year.
Our 11th caution flag of the day happened while we were away. Dale Earnhardt Jr. continues to be shown in the 5th position. And while we were away, he was saying the car not quite as good as it was earlier, and now we wait and see how they handle this caution flag situation.
Well, the crew has grabbed everything as if they are going to come down pit road. We heard Dale Jr. say, yes, it is getting tired, sliding the right rear.
There's 75 to go, and I was planning on staying out the rest of the way. But if you need to pit, pit. But I'd say stay out. 24 is going to stay out. Those guys up in front are probably going to pit. They didn't think they couldn't make it before.
Pit road was closed that time.
Well, you know, we talked to the guys And the reason we're under caution, top right of your screen.
I'm staying out then. Staying out.
Dale Jr. spinning, or excuse me, Dale Jarrett spinning. Dale Jr. saying he will stay out here. Tire came off the right rear.
I need to get this shit out of my eye when this race is over with.
Of the
all right,
44.
we'll get your work going.
Kevin Harvick having issues, top right of your screen.
And the condition that Dale Jr. is talking about with the forward bite being an issue, he seems to think because of the rain, the track is clean. All that rubber that was laid down on the track is now washed away in essence. So the track is going to respond differently. And Dale's just trying to let Tony Eury Jr. know how his car feels, but they have elected to stay out.
Pit road is still closed. The 29's on fire on pit road out here, Tony Jr. I mean, on the racetrack.
Yeah, I just seen that on television.
Kevin Harvick has had his share of problems here today. And you heard Tony Jr. say that those guys in front of him probably are going to pit with the exception of Gordon in the 24. And, you know, when we talked to Ray Dunlap and Rick Allen about the 11 a while ago, they acted as if they were good to go on fuel, which would mean to me they would stay out here. So pit strategy may not be completely out of the game yet as far as what some of these guys in front of Junior do here.
And I am, you know, 3 pit stalls down from the 11, and I can see them from here. Nobody has grabbed any of their equipment. I don't believe the 11 plans to come down pit road either.
But did you hear Tony Eury Jr. the same way I heard him, that he thought those guys would come down in front of him?
Yeah, because he felt that they couldn't make it the rest of the way. But when we talked to Jeff Clark, the gas man at the 8, they said maxing out those laps, stretching it out is 145. And if those guys pit on 361, my math's correct, that means 506 laps. So the 11 should be able to make it to the end if their fuel window is 145 like the 8 is.
And that would include even a green-white checker, which would make them very safe as far as where they would be.
You know, you heard Dale Jr. mention when they saw the 29 of Kevin Harvick catch fire, and Kevin Harvick jumped out, and Dale Jr. said...
been on fire up underneath that 29 about all day underneath the right rear down here in the corner.
Yeah, I tell you, it's blown a lot of fire out of the pipes. I'm not saying that. Heck, he's driving it around here now. Looks like the 44 broke a right rear wheel, right?
Temple.
And that's Ray Ocean they're referring to, the tire specialist for the 18. Saw both Dale Jarrett and Kevin Harvick going to the garage area on the top right of your screen on the Fox Network feed.
Pit road is open.
We heard Dale Jr. say he was watching it on the screen. There's a Nextel vision that sits at every racetrack, and he's been noted as being one of those drivers that will watch the big screen on long cautions when he gets a chance. He wants to see what happened in a caution.
Just the 5 came Tony Jr.
There's the vote of confidence we needed. Kyle Busch, the only one to pit road.
Yeah, well, and he came earlier than all those guys that came after the red flag.
Just whenever I get done, have a dollar bill, brand new crisp dollar bill. Get ready to get this son of a bitch out. I can't stand it. All right, we'll do it. This fucking hurts.
And I do want to let race fans know, when we were in a rain delay, what they do is they send out the jet dryers around here, and they blew out a lot of debris that was on the track. All that rubber that's been washed out, well, guess where it gets blown to? Right here on pit road where we're standing. So when all the drivers come out of the car, all the crew members are down here. When those jet dryers go by, all that debris gets blown in towards the track onto pit road. So anyone standing here not covering their eyes, it's very easy to get debris in your eyes, so it's not a surprise to me
up top there off Ford, you.
that Dale Jr. has something in his eye right now.
Yeah, and you know as well as I do from being around, and anytime those jet blowers fire up, you want to be turned with your backside facing them, because it is easy to get dust and debris in your eyes, and there's plenty of it that accumulates on the racetrack and in the pit area over the course of a race.
Oh yeah, everyone knows the drill. When the jet dryer goes by, everybody either turns their head, ducks, or covers their face, because that's the only way you're going to keep the dust and the debris out of your eyes.
So Kyle Busch pitting. He drops back outside the top 10, or actually drops back to the 8th position, it looks like, in the running order. Dale Jr. will gain a spot there and restart 4th, but it'll be a double file restart, so that's actually like restarting 8th when you put the lap traffic in there, and lap traffic could play a big factor on this restart, and as we go the final 70 laps.
Hey, Adam, I just saw Ray Dunlap give me a look. I think we're going to make him eat crow again. What do you think?
Well, if the car is as good now, or it can come in as good as it was earlier in the race, I think there's a real good chance we could have some fun with those guys before this thing's over.
Oh, yeah, just a friendly competition. Nothing at all, right?
Yeah, it's so hard, and you were talking about this after we...
69, coming to 68.
After we had the conversation with Rick and Ray a while ago, who's covering the 11 today, one of the things you pointed out is you never know how the cautions are going to fall, and they really dictate how the race plays out. And sometimes from a crew chief perspective, you know, you're the hero or a goat based on one quick call. So here, I think Tony Jr.'s done exactly what he needed to do given the circumstances, and with 68 laps to go running 4th in a race car that's been good all day, I don't think you can ask for much more than that.
Adam, I know you don't want to hear this. The sun is out, but there are raindrops falling down from the sky. So the sun's out, still rain coming down. It's starting to come down harder. But gosh, I really hope we don't get rain delay now. Junior needs to get back up there in that 4th spot. I do want to mention, back in 2001, Dale Jr. was dominating a race in Atlanta. He got a piece of metal in his eye. If any of the Dale Jr. fans
coming on the bottom, coming to one
remember
to go.
That, and it actually caused a big problem with Dale Jr. because he wasn't able to see correctly in 2001 at that Atlanta race. So a little bit of problem. Hopefully that won't be the case today.
Getting set for the restart. Top right of your screen on the Fox feed, you see him working on the Kevin Harvick car. Bottom left, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Onboard camera as we get set for a restart. There'll be 66 laps to go when the green flag goes in the air. And Junior restarting 4th.
Not gonna go, not gonna go. Rain in 1 and 2.
And you heard the word there from Steve Meal, the spotter, shortly after we heard it from Wendy Venturini on the pit lane. No go on the restart, rain in 1 and 2.
If we do get another rain delay, it would be an opportunity for Dale Jr. to get the dirt out of his eye. You see him looking to see if it's raining.
Well, if we get any significant rain at this stage of the day, it may be a challenge to get this track dry and get this race going again.
And again, I'm not a meteorologist, but the skies are not as dark as they were the first time it rained. The sun literally was just out over turn 1, and it's sprinkling through the sun, but it's not nearly as dark and gloomy and cloudy as it was on our last rain delay.
They'll probably just leave the cars out under caution as we wait this brief shower to pass through and get an opportunity to go back under the green flag. 65 laps remaining here at Martinsville. In the top 5, Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin, Jeff Gordon, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., J.J. Yaley rounding out the top 5. Another guy we'll have to keep our eye on, Kyle Busch. He's being scored in 8th, and he came to pit road for service here, so he'll have some fresh tires as we go to the restart.
Dale Jr., they're going to show you 1 to go. You can wave it off if you think you need to.
NASCAR letting the drivers have some say-so in regard to the conditions they're fighting on the track.
Coming to the green, June. Well, actually, the lights are still on the pace car. They stayed out. All right, there's your one to go.
So it appears the rain has
62 laps to
subsided.
go, June 62. 10-4.
And now we're ready to go back green. And when we do, as you just heard on team radio, there will be 62 laps remaining. Junior going to restart fourth behind Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin, and Jeff Gordon.
Okay, pace car's still out. Now we're coming to one to go.
So the next time by, we'll get the green flag.
NASCAR's not the only one that wants to get this thing underway. All these crews that are pitted around Dale Jr., they're anxious. They keep looking at the screen. One to go. Look at an official. They call it one to go, and then they remove it, take it off. And gosh, the rain hasn't really let up, so I'm quite surprised they're going to go back green.
Coming to the green, June.
Here we go.
Green flag, green flag. Clear low if you need it.
See top right of your screen, Jimmy Johnson and Denny Hamlin able to get around the lap car of Elliott Sadler. Jeff Gordon and Dale Jr. trying to follow suit here.
Clear.
You don't want to lose sight of those guys in front of you, but you want to be patient and use good judgment on the restarts as well.
Clear low if you need it, June.
Remember earlier in the race, Dale Jr. wanted to know why Elliott Sadler was holding him up, and he did not. Elliott Sadler didn't want to go 2 laps down, so I'm thinking, and as I see right there, he is going to be a little bit more gracious to Junior this time around.
Yeah, this late in the race, the last thing Sadler needs to be worried about is racing Dale Jr. Sadler's currently scored in the 26th position, 2 laps down, but Junior safely around him. Now he can set his sights on the guys in front of him. Jeff Gordon, Denny Hamlin, and leader Jimmy Johnson. Top right of your screen, that's the battle for 5th. Teammates going at it. Bottom of your screen, you see out the front windshield of Dale Earnhardt Jr. and just in front of him, Jeff Gordon. And it appears it won't be long before Gordon's battling for position. He's on the tail of Denny Hamlin, and if those two race each other, it would allow Dale Jr. to climb back up closer to the front.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Adam. I want those two to battle in front of Junior so Junior can gain some of that track position back as he kind of lost some time going around Elliott Sadler to Jeff Gordon.
This is where, from a driver's perspective, you got to be patient, hit your marks, do everything in your power to run down the guys in front of you. Race the racetrack because there's no one around him to race at this stage.
And I I do have to say the rain is slowing down. It's just a very, very light sprinkle, and the sun is back out. So strange weather conditions today in Martinsville.
Dale Jr. ever so slightly gaining on the leader. 1.8 seconds behind Jimmy Johnson. Gordon goes around Hamlin for second.
.51 to go, 51.
Top right, you see Kyle Busch back into the top 5, going around Jeff Burton. Actually, that's the battle for the 6th position.
And I noticed that Dale Jr. is closing in ever so slightly to the 3rd place guy of Denny Hamlin. And 50 laps may seem like a lot, but it's going to go by quick at Martinsville. No time needs to be wasted.
So Dale Earnhardt Jr. back to 4th. We'll see if he can pick up any more. 50 to go at Martinsville.
Pick up laps and pick up our hearts. Enterprise salutes NASCAR for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Hey, I'm ordering some Domino's.
Great.
Thanks for calling Domino's. Would you like to try our new Double Zero deal?
Double what?
Double Zero deal. Buy one pizza, get a second one free on Sundays. It's named after me.
Who are you?
I'm Double Zero, David Ruderman. Hey, check this out. Hey, can you hear that?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, how about now?
It's windy.
Buy a large pizza, get a second one free.
Truck guys will tell you, taking off from a dead stop with 10,000 pounds ain't no picnic. So this half-ton's got the most torque. 6-speed tranny with tow haul mode. And 4 oversized disc brakes. Because stopping 10,000 pounds ain't no picnic either. Available on the all-new full-size Tundra. The truck that's changing it all.
Dale, we have assembled the absolute best new team for you. Like Dave here, your new spotter.
Oh, hey, how you doing? Richmond. Lap 57. You're gonna need to go low and stay there. It's the only place you'll fit, trust me. And don't worry about the coffee, I'll get another cup.
This guy's good. Spooky good.
If you could travel like this, for the same price as this, why wouldn't you?
It's the same with auto insurance. With discounts up to 40%, it's possible to get the personal service of a State Farm agent for the same or less than those other guys. Call an agent 24/7 or visit statefarm.com.
Prepare for a NASCAR experience like never before. Every lap, every driver, all on your computer. Now you're in control. Who will you listen to?
All clear. Nice job, buddy.
Who will you follow? What view will you choose? The all-new Track Pass Race View. Available now only at the new NASCAR.com. Log on to subscribe. Track Pass Race View. Your driver, your view.
Back at Martinsville, top right of your screen, you see the battle for the lead. Jimmy Johnson leading Jeff Gordon there. Hot shot, the Hot Pass Hot Shots looking good today. 4 drivers in the top 10. Our guy Dale Earnhardt Jr. riding 4th and trying to run down 3rd place Denny Hamlin. Then he would have an opportunity to go race Johnson and Gordon for the win. And all this with 40 laps to go. And the Hendrick boys going for their 4th consecutive win.
Adam, I want to talk about lap times with Dale Jr. He's consistently faster than the 3 guys in front of him. The leader of Jimmy Johnson ran a 20.93 and then he ran a 20.85. Well, according to the chart that I'm looking at, Dale Jr.'s running in the 60s, 2062, 2068, 2065, consistently faster. So if he can keep up that pace, he'll be passing these cars very shortly.
Now the question becomes, is there enough time remaining? As you see Walt Smith and the boys watching anxiously, only 39 laps to go. Regardless of what happens from here, if Junior can stay where he's at, it's been a successful day. But you want to get as much as you can, and Junior going after it here, just a couple of car lengths off the back of Denny Hamlin. And you see Jeff Gordon continuing to race Jimmy Johnson, and they're going to get in some lap traffic fairly quickly. Dale Jr. can gain ground, but has a hard time doing much with Hamlin once he gets right there.
I know the leaders are going through lap traffic as well, so it is an issue trying to get around all these lap cars. If Junior could just get that open space to get up to Denny Hamlin, to get by him, and then up to Jimmy Johnson up front, that would be key for Junior right now. We really need a caution.
Clear.
Junior around Martin Truex Jr. As you look at Greg Burkhardt.
35 laps to go, 35.
Top right, heavy lap traffic for the leaders. You heard Steve Meal say 35 laps to go as Junior continues to set his sights on Denny Hamlin. Gordon not giving Johnson any room up front. Those two aren't careful. They'll put Junior in second place real quick, taking each other out.
Junior focus, do his job, and watching up and down pit road. I'm next to the 48 pit stall. I'm 2 stalls down from the 11. Everybody's really just trying to wait and see. The laps are ticking down one by one, and time is running out for everybody.
To go, 30 laps to go.
Tony Jr. relaying the number of laps remaining. Top right of your screen, heavy lap traffic for the leaders continues. Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon trying to sort through that. Dale Jr. trying to get through some lap traffic of his own.
One sitting on the bottom down here, Jim. Clear low.
Jeremy Mayfield, next car in front of Junior.
Clear high. Clear.
Top right of your screen, they're working for the lead.
Where's the 5 at?
The 5 is about 12 or 15 car lengths behind him.
Junior wants to know what's coming behind him.
Line now.
Keep doing what you're doing. You got him by about 3 seconds, and he ain't gaining but about an 800th a lap.
And we have a caution.
Yaley's in the wall.
J.J. Yaley spinning, was running just outside the top 10.
Caution is out. Caution is out.
"21 cars on the lead lap, 26 laps to go." No way you think about coming to pit road here running in the top 5, and I think it's kind of hang on time here. You'd love to get some more, Wendy, but you got to be careful at this stage because I don't think the car is quite as good as it was in the early stages.
No, but he does have to adapt to it, and I don't know if I count it down and out on pit stops. I see the 48, they have their legs on the wall. This could be a fake for all the other guys on pit road. But no, I'm not quite sure if we're going to have the 8 come down pit road. I'll be interested just to watch and listen.
We'll see if anybody elects to come to the pit lane. Similar situation last week at Bristol. Some guys elected to come down, but when that happened, there were only, I think, 12 cars on the lead lap. 21 here changes that thought process a little bit. Few more laps to go. 25 on the board right now remaining. For Jeff Gordon racing for the lead, that battle got very, very interesting up there, and I was really a little bit surprised at how tight those guys were racing each other. And if you're a Dale Jr. fan, you certainly wouldn't be heartbroken to get back in the race and have a chance to win it that way, to see those guys rough each other up. But the big concern for Junior before that is getting around Denny Hamlin, and that's been a pretty tough battle here the last 20 laps or so.
No doubt about that, Adam. And now really the race we're watching is to see who gathers their pit equipment on pit road. It's pretty quiet, pretty low-key in all these pit stalls, so unless somebody's trying to fake somebody out, I don't think anyone's making the trip to pit road.
Dale Jr. has led more laps today than he's led in any other race this year. In fact, he'd only led 1 lap coming into this season. Coming into this race on the season, I should say.
Yep, this is by far the best running he's had all season long, so this is a great day to turn things around for Dale Jr.
Be his first top 5 of the year if he can hang on and finish in the top 5. And would love to see him have an opportunity to go up and race for the win with what will be probably under 20 laps remaining when the green flag goes in the air. Tough thing is, with more than 10 laps to go on the restart, he's going to restart 4th, but he's going to have to battle lap traffic. That's almost like restarting 8th, and that's a tough thing about the restart at this stage.
That's exactly right. I was just looking at that too with 23 laps to go. Man, it looks nice right now as they make their pace laps around, these caution laps around, that he's 4th, but really when the lap down cars come to the inside, he will be the 8th car in line, so he will have to still work that outside line in order to pass those cars in traffic. But the good point is they're all tightened up now, so that's the good side of it.
So the decision obviously made to stay out under these circumstances. It's going to be all in Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s hands from here to try to track him down.
Adam, if it feels like you can cut the tension with a knife, you can on pit road. Looking at those shots of Steve Letarte, Chad Knaus, Tony Eury Jr., all of those guys making some gutsy pit calls today, and it's all going to come down to these last 20 laps where it's all in their driver's hands, so their job virtually is done.
Well,
20 to go this time by 20.
It's been an impressive first 2 weeks with the COT car for the 18. Started 31st last week, came to 7th at Bristol, and today here at Martinsville started 8th, led 100 plus laps, and find themselves riding 4th with what will be under 20 laps to go when the green flag goes back in the air. I think the start of the COT era can be considered a success.
Oh, absolutely. I think the small adjustments they made following Bristol were minor things. It wasn't anything major, and no major mishaps with the thing that NASCAR was going to be watching was impacts and how these cars impacted and how they reacted when they hit the wall, and I think they've been fairly happy with that. Again, the biggest complaint that came from everyone was the exhaust system failure and the carbon monoxide issue last week.
So from here, a weekend off for the Nextel Cup teams. And it's a weekend off from racing next week.
Cars on the bottom, June.
But a busy week for these guys as they go to Richmond and test. And you heard Steve Neal say the lap cars coming to the inside, 18 laps to go when the green flag goes in the air. Be looking at the 11 in front of him and the 5 behind him, who was strong when the caution came out. And got to be careful dealing with the lap cars. Restart with 18 to go. We'll let Steve Neal get Dale Jr. going.
Flag, green flag, clear low, clear all around.
Definitely a little bumped by the 5 of Kyle.
Clear low.
Kyle Busch a little aggressive on the restart. Gets Dale Jr. So Dale back to 5th.
I'm sure that ruffled Dale's feathers and he's none too happy. I believe that happened right in front of us in turns 1 and 2. But I'm sure it looked just as bad on your monitor.
Yeah, it was obvious there was contact. Top right of your screen, the replay. Didn't give him any room there, that's for sure.
Clear.
So Dale Jr. riding in the 5th spot, 2.2 seconds behind the leaders. 15 laps to go. Really like to see him hang on for a top 5 finish here. Top right of your screen, Kyle Busch wasn't done. He got into Dale Jr. Now he's working the back bumper pretty hard of Denny Hamlin. We may have a hard time getting through the end of this one without another caution, Wendy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if one comes out with less than 10 to go and then we're all single file restart, but this is definitely some beating and banging by Kyle Busch right now.
To go, 12.
Junior's put a little distance between himself and Jeff Burton now. Nice to see a little bit of breathing room. That's what you see top left of your screen. Top right, you continue to watch the 2 lead cars, Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon.
But when the day is said and done, Adam, with Dale Jr. walking out of Martinsville with the top
10 laps to go, 10.
A top 5 finish would be phenomenal for them. And look at that car, not a scratch on it. He did an excellent job keeping the fenders on. Definitely go down in the books as a great day for Dale Jr.
One of 4 COT cars this team has built. Battle for the lead continues good in the top right.
No brakes, June. Clear.
Work on this 19.
Working on them right now.
Junior doesn't want to have any problems going around Elliott Sadler. As they come through the corner, Sadler up the racetrack, and Junior easily goes by.
Jim, go low. Clear.
8 laps to go. 7 as we cross start finish this time.
Clear by 4, 7 to go. 7. Racing hard behind you, Jim.
Junior lost 1 position since the restart, riding 5th behind Kyle Busch.
I'm watching the 24 work the 48. Our hope is if they take each other out, that will give 2 more spots to our man Dale.
Five to go. 5.
And he is getting closer and closer to Kyle Busch. He might be able to knock 1 more spot out before these 5 laps are up, Adam.
He's not lost his aggression. Here he goes around David Rudum, and now no lap cars between he and Kyle Busch. He's done a really nice job of driving patient here today. 4 laps to go. The battle for the lead continues. Top right of your screen, Gordon trying to get the inside, couldn't do it. We're watching Dale Jr. trying to run down their other teammate, Kyle Busch.
3 to go, June. Nothing coming from behind.
Looks like a top 5 solidified. Just a matter of Junior can get up to Kyle Busch and pick up 4th. Two laps to go. In fact, a lap and a half now. Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson battling top right of your screen. It appears Hendrick Motorsports will get their 4th consecutive win. Meanwhile, top left of your screen, you see the difference between Kyle Busch and Jeff Gordon for 4th. White flag went out.
White flag, June. White flag.
Last lap for Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson to battle it out on the top right. Be the 3rd win of the year for Jimmy Johnson. Gordon to the inside. They touch off the corner. Jimmy Johnson wins at Martinsville in the Goodies Cool Orange 500, his 3rd win of the year, and a solid top 5 finish for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
End, bud. Way to make a car that could last, though. Yeah, 10-4. We haven't finished, but great job on everybody on pit road. Good day. Yeah, that's the best pit crew's been a long time. Good job.
Good job by the pit crew, good job by the driver, and good job by the crew chief, Tony Eury Jr. A top 5, your best finish of the season.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but you know, it was a good day. That last set of tires just didn't match up with the car right there, and you had to stay out there. Those guys right there, they're just living right or something, and I don't know how they made it, but you know, just look forward to it, take our week off and go to Texas, see what happens.
It seems like the COT is definitely playing to your advantage. You guys look awfully strong in that COT.
Well, the guys at the shop are the ones that are making us look good. We've done a lot of testing over the winter and really tried to concentrate on this program because this is half of your chase. So, you know, so far so good, and we'll try to make it better.
Is it too early to talk about points?
No, I need every one of them I can get.
All right. Thanks to Tony Eury Jr. And you'd have to check the stats, Adam, but Dale Jr. might have made it into the top 10.
Yeah, he was running in the top 10, as we pointed out, under the red flag. That's when he was leading. He ends up finishing 5th, and if he's not in the top 10, he may very well be in the top 12, which would be good for him when you consider the top 12 is where you need to be to make the chase, and that would be certainly a good situation to be in at this stage of the game when you consider what this team has had to deal with in the first 4 races of the year. But back-to-back top 10s, first top 5 of 2007 today. Top right of your screen, you see Jeff Gordon battling Jimmy Johnson for the win. Doesn't pan out. Johnson goes to victory lane for the 3rd time this season. Hendrick Motorsports picks up their 4th consecutive victory. And for Dale Earnhardt Jr., you see him looking into his eye down there. He talked about the dust that had blown into his eye under that red flag, I believe it was. I'm going to get him fixed up there, and hopefully we'll have a chance to visit with Dale on what was a very productive day for he and his race team. Started 8th, worked his way into the lead on a couple of occasions, led more than 100 laps here today, and had a very good race car, but couldn't get the track position at the end. The tires didn't match up, and Dale Jr. has to be satisfied with 5th today, but a positive run for a team that continues to get better and better. And we'll hear from Junior momentarily. Top right of your screen, Dick Berger and a Fox gonna talk to Dale Jr.
And I know Junior's going to be disappointed that he didn't walk away with the win, knowing how many laps he led here. But quite honestly, like you said, Adam, he's working his spots one by one, getting better each and every week, and this team has been improving. So good day for Dale Jr.
Well, I think there was a day where there would have been a lot more disappointment than there is today. I think these guys realize the level of competition and how good you have to be week in and week out, and just how right things have to go to give you a chance at victory lane. And having said that, I think that this team can keep today's run in perspective, celebrate a top 5 finish, and realize they're gaining on it and off to a great start, as you pointed out, Wendy, in the COT era of NASCAR. And, you know, Tony Jr. made a great point. A big portion of the chase for the Nextel Cup will be with the COT cars. And on the other side of that, the next few weeks we're going to see a great deal of the car of tomorrow. Testing at Richmond this week. Next race is at Texas. That will be the car that we've been under for a number of years. But then to Phoenix, Darlington, where they'll run the COT, in Richmond. So a number of races coming up for the COT car, and that should do nothing but benefit the guys in the number 8. Next time we're with you, 2 weeks. We'll take Easter off next week, and then we'll be with you from the Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth. The Samsung 500. Dale Earnhardt Jr. will once again be a part of our broadcast lineup on Channel 799. Juan Montoya, Jimmy Johnson, Tony Stewart, the others, and we'll have a mystery driver. Stay tuned to DirecTV.com to find out the 5th and final driver who will complete our lineup for the Samsung 500 that will come your way 2 weeks from today at the Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth, Texas. And if you're a Dale Jr. fan, you can enjoy another day with him. Well, a big night tonight. Major League Baseball starts up its 2007 campaign. And baseball fans, the Strike Zone channel will make its debut here on DirecTV tomorrow. It's channel 733, 1 o'clock Eastern time. Strike Zone will take you around the major leagues from game to game at the most critical moments and most critical times. The key pitches, the clutch hits, and the defensive gems, all on Strike Zone channel. Part of the new Major League Baseball Extra Innings package and Super Fan package here on DirecTV. Make sure to tune in all this week for the free preview of MLB Extra Innings and MLB Super Fan on channels 732 through 749 here on DirecTV.
And Adam, don't mean to interrupt you, but Dale Jr. climbing out of his car, finishing his interviews. A great day, a top 5 finish. It looked like you had the car, but the tires just weren't there at the end, were they?
Well, we had good tires. The track must have adjusted a little bit after the rain delay or during the rain delay. We got back in the car, and the car just wasn't quite as good. It was about like it was at the start of the race, where we were sort of a 3rd, 4th, 5th place car, struggling for forward bite. But right there in the middle of the race, man, we really had, we had our car really set up to keep getting better and better, and I think we'd be really strong with the end. Congratulations to Jimmy and those guys, but proud of my team, really proud with what they got and how well they run. They're a great race team.
I heard you say this was one of their best days on pit road. Do you feel that from 2007 that they're improving as well? Absolutely. I was real proud of how I would come in second, I'd lose spots on the track, and they'd gain them back for me. Anytime you got that as a driver with a pit crew, you got to be happy. Those guys were great today. How killer was that thing in your eye, your dirt? Did you get it out? Yeah, it came out sometime or another with about 10 to go. I'm glad, too, because I didn't want that in my eye all night. But they had a blower going around the track when we were trying to drive the track, and he was going about 2 miles an hour, and he'd sit there and blew debris in the right side of my car for 20 seconds. So I had all kinds of things flying around in there. I was looking at getting more in my eye, but they could have done a better job of that. I don't think that was necessary. The COT really looks good out there, Junior, though. I mean, you got to be happy.
Ours does. I like ours. I mean, as far as handling paint jobs, whatever. I think ours looks pretty good. But I'm anxious to get to the Phoenixes and the Michigans and the bigger racetracks, 1.5 miles, 2 miles, to see how that thing's going to work out for us. I'm a little nervous about that.
Thanks, Junior. And he comes home 5th here at Martinsville.
A solid top 5 finish for Dale Jr. today, his first of the year. You saw why Wendy was talking to him. The points came up. Dale Jr. with a successful afternoon, going from 17th to 11th today in the point standings. And while we're a long way from the chase, it's always nice to be in the top 12. Started 8th, finished 5th, led a number of laps. I think it was a successful day. A week off next week. We'll see you in 2 weeks in the Texas Motor Speedway. For Wendy Venturini, I'm Adam Alexander. So long and good day from Martinsville, Virginia.